23, Division District Court, Adams County. Court will recall 21 CR 2800 and 21 CR 2806. Somebody have their speaker on? Try it again. Right. No. That seems to work though. That seems to work.
There's a ghost in the machine.
All right, we'll try this again. The court will recall 21 CR 2800 and 21 CR 2806. The parties and counsel are present. Anything from the parties before the jurors hopefully return?
Mr. Cichuniec.
Okay. The only thing I want to let counsel be aware of is what I'm thinking of doing is having our, presuming he's here, our juror who's in seat number 14, we're just going to move him to seat 15. So just it's a little bit more space over there between he and the other jurors. So there's another matter on the court's docket. It's 19 CR 2414. It's People of the State of Colorado v. Anthony West. I think we have Mr. Laughlin, you're here for that? All right. It looks like on this, he's got 3 open cases in Denver. And it looks like competency has been raised.
That is correct. That's what's pending in Denver. What I was going to ask the court to do, I don't know, have we formally called the case on the record? I don't know if we wanted to wait for Mr. Revel or... I don't think we have anyone from the district attorney's office.
No, but I really can't wait. My jurors are coming back at 8:30.
That's fine. My request today was going to be, ultimately, I think, depending on the competency evaluation results in Denver, I was going to be asking at some point to proceed to sentencing, which I think we statutorily need an OSC and a PSI for. And I think Mr. Revel was in agreement that we would, because we need to know the results of the competency evaluation anyway, be asking for the court to order an OSC and a PSI.
All right. Yeah, the court will go ahead and enter orders for Mr. West to get a OSC and a PSI. We'll note to the probation department that it appears that he's in Denver for the time being. And so we'll get a date and set it down the road a little bit. And Mr. Rabel, if you're okay with it, it seems like we could rely upon the Denver competency reports once they get in. All right. All right. We'll set another date for sentencing. I don't see that Mr. West is signed in, but Mr. Laughlin, I assume you can let him know one way or the other.
Yes, I can convey that. He should have been on a virtual writ from Denver, but yeah, I guess that's going to be rocky right now.
Monday, January 22nd.
I could have 1 second. Could we do a Tuesday or Thursday?
Is that enough time for a PSI?
I'll be here the 23rd. I don't know if it's enough time for a PSI and an OSC.
Yeah.
Tuesday? Because you could push it out to Tuesday, February 6th.
Sorry, our shared day is Thursday. Could we do the 8th?
February 8th?
That works.
At 8:30, if that works. All right. It will be our sentencing date, and if somebody gets a chance, if we have a competency eval before then, the court would appreciate it if somebody could upload it into this case so we could see where we're going.
If he's found incompetent, I'll file a motion raising competency. If he's not, I guess it won't matter.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you. Okay. The court's going to be in recess for just a few minutes due to the fact it's Monday when we bring in most of the larger jury panels. Last time I looked, there's kind of a line out there, so I'll come back in when we have folks here. when they come in. The jurors will be entering in just a moment. All right, the jurors have returned. Please be seated. The court will recall 21 CR 2800, 21 CR 2806. The parties and counsel are present. Next witness for the people.
The people will call Amanda Kelsey.
All right, one moment. Always swear will be the truth and nothing but the truth. All right, thank you. If you'll please be seated. Can you state your first and last name and spell your last name for my court reporter, please?
My name is Amanda Kelsey, Kelsey.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Kelsey, where are you currently employed?
For the Aurora Police Department.
And what's your role with APD?
I'm a crime scene investigator.
So would your title be Investigator Kelsey?
Sure.
How long have you been with Aurora Police?
I've been with them for 24 years.
And how long as a crime scene investigator?
Approximately about 20 years.
What sort of education or on-the-job training do you have to receive in order to be a crime scene investigator?
Now we have at least a bachelor's degree in some kind of science or policing. Mine came through photography and a lot of on-the-job experience and classes.
And do you have a bachelor's degree?
I do not.
Do you have an associate's degree?
Yes, I do.
What's your associate degree in?
Associate's degree of applied science.
And with an emphasis in photography?
Yes.
Now, I would like to draw your attention to August 24th of 2019. Were you working that evening?
Yes, I was.
And what?
No, I'm sorry. I was not working. I was called in that night.
You were called in. And how did that come about?
I just happened to be the person on call that week, and I was called in about 11:30.
And who called you?
My supervisor, Laverne Amir.
And what did Supervisor Laverne Amir need you to do?
She said we'd had a critical incident and that I needed to come in to process the scene.
Did she give you any additional information about the critical incident that you'd be going to?
She just mentioned the address and just where I'd be going.
And where was it that you were directed to go?
To 1768 Billing Street.
Were you sent there by yourself, or was there anyone else that was sent with you?
The supervisor and another crime scene investigator were there when I got there.
And what did you see when you got to the scene?
It was dark out. the front of the crime scene had been cordoned off. There were police cars around the area. Then it was warm out.
Okay. And when you arrive at a scene, what is your process? Kind of, if you could walk the jury through step by step what you do when you first arrive on a scene.
When we first get to the scene, I usually try and either get a hold of the supervisor or somebody in charge to kind of get an idea of what happened. And then we usually try and walk through the scene. And then I'll start with the processing the scene by taking pictures, videotaping the scene. We usually scan it. Sometimes we do a diagram, and then we'll collect the evidence.
And do you do anything to mark where the evidence is found?
Yes, we use yellow numbered or lettered placards.
And do you do that before you take the photos?
Sometimes the officers have already marked it. But yes, eventually it gets marked, and then we'll photograph it both, sometimes with and without. It depends how dark it is outside.
Who gets to decide what is marked as evidence or potential evidence?
Mostly we do, but we're also there working with a detective so that we'll kind of work together to decide what is important, what's not, depending on who they've spoken to and what details they found out.
And does that help inform what you're going to be doing on the scene?
Yes, it does.
Is that the same for taking photographs? Does that help inform what photographs you're going to take?
Yes, it does.
Did you take photographs? And at this point, was it still August 24th or had it gone past midnight? Now we're at the early morning hours of August 25th.
Early morning hours of the 25th.
Of 2019?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of camera you were using to take photographs that evening?
I think it was still a Nikon camera at the time.
Do you know how many photos you took?
I want to say 78.
And what were you taking photographs of while you were there?
Basically the scene and any evidence that we found at the scene.
So first, I would like us to focus on just the scene as a whole. And if I could please show just to the witness exhibits 351, 352, 353, 354, 360, 361, 362, 363, and 364. And if I did my math right, that should be 9 photos. And what I would like to do, Investigator Kelsey, is to go through each of these photos, and then I'll ask you some questions about them as a whole at the end. Okay?
Okay.
So for 351, do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize this?
This is the front of the building at 1768 Billing Street.
And did you take this photo?
Yes, I did.
If we could please move to 352. And do you know what this is?
Basically the same photo of the front of the building.
Okay. Is it from a somewhat different perspective?
Yes, it's more the center of the building.
And did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
We could please show the witness 353. Do you know what this is?
Yes, a similar photo, but just looking in a northern direction.
And did you take this photo?
Yes.
354. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
360. And do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize this photograph?
It's another photograph of the front of the building.
Again, from a different angle.
Yes.
And if we could please show the witness 361. Same question. Do you know what this is?
Yes.
And did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
362. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And did you take it?
Yes.
363. Same question. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And finally, 364. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Kelsey, all of these photographs, 351 and then all the way up to 364, the 9 that we just looked at, are these fair and accurate depictions of the scene as it looked in the early morning hours of August 25th of 2019?
Yes.
And would it aid in your testimony to be able to use these photographs as we speak about them?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to omit exhibits 351, 352, 353, 354, 360, 361, 362, 363, and 364.
For dire or objection?
Yeah, I have a brief log diary, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Did you use flash photography to take these photographs?
Yes, I did.
And you testified that when you went there the evening of August 24th into the early mornings of August 25th, it was dark outside. Is that right?
Yes.
Did the flash photography that you used basically illuminate the things that you were taking pictures of?
Yes, I did.
And so when you testify these are fair and accurate photos, they are fair and accurate, but they are lit up more than one would have seen them with the naked eye. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
With that understanding, I have no objection, Your Honor.
All right. After Mr. Cichuniec?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 351 through 354, as well as 360 through 364 will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please publish to the jury 351. And Ms. Kelsey, can you please explain to the jury kind of where you're standing and what we're looking at in this photograph?
I'm standing on the west side of the building and I'm facing the east. And this is the kind of the northwest corner of the building.
And the street that's kind of running right in front, is that Billings?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury about the yellow tape that we see in this photograph?
The yellow crime scene tape is usually something that the officers will put up before I get there to cordon off the crime scene.
And what about these little yellow triangles that we can see?
Those are the placards that we put down to mark the evidence.
Are they numbered?
Yes.
And why is that?
Just to keep track of the evidence so we can say a particular number corresponds with a piece of evidence.
And if we could please publish 352. And can you describe the angle that we're looking at this point?
I'm still standing in the middle of the street and I'm looking east toward the front of the building.
Okay, and is this the same yellow tape that we saw in the last photograph, just from the side?
Yes.
And 353? What are we looking at here?
Now I'm standing in front of the building and I'm looking north to the same kind of location that we were just looking at.
Okay, and then over on the left, we can kind of see a little traffic light way up in the air.
Yes.
Is there kind of a retaining wall along that side of the street?
Yes.
And do you know what road that is where that traffic light is?
I believe that's 17th Avenue.
And is it a highway kind of up there?
The highway's on the other side of the building. This is sort of a off ramp to get onto 17th, or you can go straight down and get back onto 225.
Okay. If we can now look at 354. And what are we looking at here?
Same picture, still looking north.
And as you were just asked, you were using flash photography on your camera?
Yes.
And is that why it's well lit?
Yes.
In this picture? Okay. Now I'd like to show 360. And what can you tell us about this photograph?
This is also looking at the northwest corner of the building.
And that little grassy area that's kind of right in the middle, is that the area that was cordoned off?
Yes.
And if we could look at 361. Is this perspective just back further so that we can see the front door?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of taking the photo from this angle?
I always start my photographs by taking all overalls so we kind of see how big the building is and from all the different angles, and then kind of come in mid-range and then close-up pictures.
Okay. And now I'd like to just skip to 364. And can you please describe to the jury what we're looking at here?
This is showing, still standing in the middle of the street, showing kind of the front entrance, which was in the center of the building. And then on the left side is the cordoned off area.
Okay. And is your back kind of to that wall?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition, we can take that down. Thank you. In addition to taking photographs of the scene, do you also videotape what's going on?
Yes, I do.
And when did you take a video of this scene?
Yes, I did.
When did you do that?
I don't know exactly what time it was, but while I was on the scene.
Okay, so it wasn't a different day. It was that same evening as the photographs were taken?
Yes.
Why do you take a video in addition to taking photos?
I guess it kind of gives the jury a better perspective of the scene.
And did you take multiple videos in this case?
Yes, I did.
From different angles?
Yes.
So what I would like to do is talk about one kind of longer video that you took. Do you know what I'm talking about when I reference that?
Yes.
It's about 8 minutes long. And I'm holding here exhibits 135 and 136. If I could approach the witness.
You may.
Ms. Kelsey, do you recognize these?
Yes, I do.
And what are these?
These are the copies of the videotapes that I took on the night.
And how do you know that that's what they are?
I watched them and then I put my initials and the date on the front of them.
And these videos, when you watched them, were they a fair and accurate copy of the video that you took in the early morning hours of August 25th, 2019?
Yes.
And did they fair and accurately represent the scene as you saw it that evening?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, I would move to enter into evidence exhibits 135 and 136.
Board objection with respect to those exhibits.
On behalf of Mr. Cooper, I'm going to object in 403, Your Honor. I think it's cumulative at this point, given all the other videos and still photos that are already in evidence.
All right. All right, response.
Your Honor, the video provides a different perspective as we are able to view the scene as Ms. Kelsey walks through it.
All right, noting the objection that the exhibits would be cumulative, the court will overrule the objections as it does provide a different perspective for the jurors. So those two videos will be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if we could please publish exhibit 135, but rather than playing the full 8 minutes, I'd really just like to play kind of a short 1.5 minutes of the video. And I might pause it a couple of times and just ask you some clarifying questions so we don't have to replay it.
Okay.
If we could please publish 135 beginning at 2:05. And what are we looking at here, Ms. Kelsey?
That is a plastic grocery bag with a couple of cans in it.
Okay, continue. Thank you. And there was no audio on this video, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if we could pause here, what are we looking at in the rocks?
That's one of the plastic handles from that plastic bag that we just saw.
Okay. Thank you. That's just for a moment. And so, Ms. Kelsey, from this moment, when you start, I believe you're going to begin walking kind of towards the building. If you could count your steps while you're doing that, just so that the jury can get an idea of the distance.
Okay.
Thank you. Approximately how many steps did you need to take to move from the plastic handle and the rocks to the marker 3?
Approximately 6 steps.
Okay. So were those big steps, baby steps, normal walking steps? How would you describe the distance?
Normal walking steps.
Okay. And what are we looking at here with number 3?
That's another one of the plastic handles.
Okay. We can take that down. Thank you so much. I would now like to show the witness what have been marked as People's Exhibits 355 through 359. And just to the witness, please. Thank you. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize this?
It's a picture of the plastic bag that we were just looking at.
And did you take this photo?
Yes, I did.
Next photo, please, 356. And what are we looking at here?
It's a close-up photograph of the same bag.
Okay. And you see an evidence marker next to that as well?
Yes.
And did you take this photo?
Yes, I did.
357. And what are we looking at here?
The grassy area that was cordoned off.
And did you take this photo?
Yes.
358, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
It's the number, or the plastic handle that was marked number 3 up against the building.
Did you take this photo?
Yes.
And 359. And what are we looking at here?
It's a close-up photograph of the same item.
Okay. And for all of these photographs, do they fairly and accurately represent the evidence that was still sitting on the scene when you arrived on the early morning hours of August 25th, 2019?
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit Exhibits 355 through 359.
Again, voir dire or objection?
Judge, on behalf of Mr. Cooper, I'm going to object. 355 through 359 show the exact same pictures, the exact same things we just saw in the video. It's cumulative, and I'd object to it under 403.
All right. All right. Response?
Your Honor, this is not cumulative. These are much better visuals and would aid the jury in understanding the status of the evidence at the time the photographs were taken. The video just does a quick pan.
All right. The court would find that the photographs do have some probative value aside from the video, and it's not substantially outweighed by any undue prejudice, so the court will allow those exhibits to be admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please show and publish to the jury 355. And is this the marker 2 that we were talking about? Oh, I'm sorry, it's not up yet. There we go, sorry.
Yes, it is.
And 356. What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up of the same plastic bag.
Did you manipulate the bag or do anything like that in order to take your photograph?
No, I did not.
Okay, so that is how you found it?
Yes.
Was it torn or is the bag just open? Were you able to see?
I think some of both.
Okay. And we can actually just skip ahead to 359. And what are we looking at here?
It's the plastic bag handle.
Okay, and was this the one that was closest to the building, the apartment building?
Yes.
Okay. Did you need to manipulate it at all to get this photograph?
No, I did not.
Thank you. Do you remember what the weather was like in the early morning hours of August 25th?
It was just a warm summer evening.
Do you remember the temperature?
I believe I'd written it down, but I don't recall.
Would it help refresh your recollection to have a look at one page of your report?
Yes.
If we could please show just for the witness, the first page of her report, S11063. You don't have it. Okay, just one moment, Your Honor.
I have a copy of my report up here if that would help.
It would help refresh your recollection. Have a look, and then when you're finished, just turn it back over.
Yes. I put in my report as 69 degrees.
Thank you. Now, in addition to responding to the scene just off of Billings, did you have any further involvement in the investigation?
Yes, I did.
What was that involvement?
To attend the autopsy.
Do you recall when that took place?
I was on September 3rd.
And what was your role during this autopsy?
Is to document the body.
How are you documenting it?
With photographs.
Were you the only person taking photographs that day?
No, I was not.
Who else was taking photos?
I don't remember her particular name, but there's always somebody there at the coroner's office also taking photographs.
Okay, so it was a staff member of the coroner's office?
Yes.
And were you there while they were taking these photographs?
Yes.
And observing what was happening during the autopsy?
Yes.
Do you know who conducted the autopsy?
It was Dr. Sina.
When you first arrived at the autopsy, did you know whose autopsy you were going to be attending?
Yes, I did.
And whose autopsy was it?
It was Elijah McClain.
So what I would like to do next is review some of the photos that were taken during the autopsy. And due to the nature, I do not intend to publish these to the jury, but I would like to show them to you so that we can talk about the photographs, okay?
Okay.
If we could please show the witness what has been marked as People's Exhibit 376. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is this?
It's a picture of Elijah McClain's head.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of Elijah McClain's head and face on September 3rd, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit, excuse me, did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
The people would move to admit Exhibit 376 into evidence.
Or direct objection.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Cooper, I'm going to object and ask to approach.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and continue with the other exhibits.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please show just to the witness, People's Exhibit 375. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And how do you recognize this?
As one of the photographs taken of the internal organs.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of this organ as it appeared on September 3rd of 2019?
Yes.
And now I would like to show to the witness a grouping of photos, 377, 78, 79, and 380. So 377 through 380. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
And how do you recognize this?
It's the chest of the deceased.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of how this part of Elijah McClain's body appeared on September 23rd of 2019?
Yes.
378, please. And what is this?
A closer up photograph of the one we were just looking at.
Okay. And is it a fair and accurate representation of how that area of Mr. McClain's body appeared on that day?
Yes.
379, please. Same question. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
Kind of the same close-up photograph, just from a different angle.
Okay. And what is the area on Mr. McClain's body that was being examined at this point?
I believe that was his throat area.
Okay. And 380, please. Same question. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is this a close-up version or photograph of that same area that we were talking about?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of what that area looked like on September 3rd of 2019?
Yes.
If we could please show the, actually at this time I would move to admit 377, 378, 379, and 380. Subject to the court's direction during our bench conference.
All right, 375 through 380 will be conditionally admitted, subject to further foundation.
Thank you, Your Honor. If we could please show just to the witness People's Exhibit 381. And do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
The internal organs of the deceased.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of what Elijah McClain looked like at this stage of the autopsy on September 3rd?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to conditionally admit Exhibit 381 into evidence.
So ordered.
Now we have one last grouping. Ms. Kelsey, if we could please show to the witness Exhibits 382 through 390. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
This is the board where the doctor takes his notes.
And what sort of things are maintained on this board? What sort of information?
It's kind of like if certain things were in the body, what the weights were.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate depiction of what the board looked like on September 3rd of 2019?
Yes, it does.
And was it for patient Elijah McClain?
Yes.
We could please look at 383. What are we looking at here?
It's a picture of the kind of like an ID board that belongs to the coroner's office.
Okay. And do you recognize this?
I do.
How do you recognize this?
As it has like the date and the doctor's name on it.
And were you present at the autopsy when this photograph was taken?
That photograph actually doesn't look familiar to me.
Okay. If we could please move on to 385. And what are we looking at here? Or excuse me, do you recognize this?
Again, it might have been a photograph that one of the staff members took a picture of.
Were you present at the autopsy when these photographs were taken?
The only thing I question is the date on the placard.
Okay. If you could please show the witness 384. Do you recognize this?
I recognize as one of their specimen containers.
And for what patient is this container?
Elijah McClain.
If we could please show 386. Do you recognize this?
Again, with the date on it, I just question it.
I may have just one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Your Honor, just so that I am clear, have the people admitted 381, conditionally admitted 381?
I don't think so. We did 375 through 380.
If the people could move to admit 381, subject to the court's conditional admission.
With respect to 381, any objection?
No, Your Honor, with the understanding of the record made at the bench.
Same, Your Honor.
All right, 375 through 381 will be conditionally admitted, subject to further foundation.
And Judge, so the record is clear. I have no objection to same thing with all of these other exhibits, with the understanding of the record that we made at the bench.
So just so I'm clear, may I have just a moment to speak to opposing counsel?
Okay.
And Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit conditionally exhibits 382 through 390.
Okay. Again, just so I'm clear, the defense's position with respect to those.
Your Honor, I take the same position that I took at the bench regarding the conditional admission of them at this point.
Same, Your Honor.
All right. Well, so let me make sure I have this correct. 375 through 390 will be admitted conditionally.
That is correct. All right, thank you. I have no further questions for you, Ms. Kelsey.
Cross-examination.
Good morning again, ma'am.
Good morning.
Let me take up where you just left off with questioning. You were present at the autopsy of Elijah McClain on September 3rd of 2019. Is that right?
That's right.
And you did observe the complete autopsy, including various organs being removed from Mr. McClain's body. Is that true?
Yes.
You were shown some photographs, and actually the date on those was September 11th, but you were present on September 3rd when those same organs were removed from Mr. McClain's body. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. So while you were not present, is my understanding, on September 11th, when those photographs were taken, you were present on September 3rd and yourself had documented taking photographs of the heart and the lungs and that type of thing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. From your testimony being asked of how many steps you approximated from one part of the scene to another, is it fair for me to conclude that you didn't take actual measurements at the scene?
I did actually take measurements.
Do you know how far that distance was that you were asked how many steps you took?
If I could refer to my diagram.
Sure.
So I have the piece of, the little piece of the bag, the handle, it was 15 feet west of the building, 15 feet, 11 inches.
Okay.
From the building.
Okay. From there to approximately the middle of the street of Billings, did you take any measurements in that regard from the street to any part of the grassy part of the scene?
Well, I did the measurement of the sidewalk, the curb, or I'm sorry, yeah. The sidewalk, the curb, and then the grassy area, the building, and then the 2 patio slabs out front, kind of giving an idea how big that area was.
Okay. What about actually in the street? Did you do any measurements from in the street? For instance, where an ambulance or a fire engine might have been parked?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'd like to just add on a little bit to what my colleague just asked you. So you said that you measured from the building to that number 3 or number 2 exhibit that you took a picture of, right?
Yes.
And then did you measure from the building to the edge of the grass that was there?
I have all those all separated out, but yes.
And what was that distance from the building to the edge of the grass along the side?
15 feet 7.
And you said you measured the sidewalk as well?
Yes.
How wide was the sidewalk?
3'8".
And you said you didn't make any measurements in the street, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't measure how long the distance was, say, between the curb and the center line of the street?
No, I did not.
You were presented with a video that you had taken. I believe there were 2 videos, right, that you took?
Yes.
And did you take those videos? What type of camera did you take those videos with?
I believe at the time that was a Canon video camera.
Okay. Is it a different camera than the one you took the still photos with?
Yes.
And does the video camera also have a light on it illuminating what you're videotaping?
Yes.
And was that light on when you made these videos?
Yes, it was.
In photographing the various pieces of evidence where you had put the little A-shaped flags, I guess they're called, did you have to manipulate any of the evidence prior to taking photos of it?
No, I did not.
Okay. prior to taking the photos, did you touch any of the evidence that you were recording?
No, I did not.
If I could have 1 minute, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Redirect examination. May the witness be excused. You're excused. Thank you. Yes.
Your Honor, people call Lisa Gonzalez.
All right. Right, thank you. If you'll please be seated. And ask that you speak a little bit loudly or close to the microphone and tell us your first and last name and spell your last name, please.
Elisa Gonzalez, Gonzalez.
Your witness.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Gonzalez.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what you do for a living?
I'm Elisa. I'm a paramedic at a correctional facility.
And how long have you been doing that job?
Since July.
And prior to becoming a paramedic, were you an EMT?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about what it means to be an EMT and your training to be an EMT?
Training was about 3 months. We learned about medications, procedures, diagnosing, those sorts of things.
And how does an EMT's duties compare with a paramedic's duties?
Paramedics' duties, you're allowed to give more medications, you're allowed to do more procedures, make the final calls on patient's plan of care.
When were you an EMT as far as your job? What years?
I started in 2018 to the end of 2020.
And do you have a college degree?
I do.
And what is it in?
Health and exercise science, sports medicine.
And before you did your training for EMT and paramedics, did you have any other health-related training or education?
Just from what I did in college, I volunteered and shadowed a lot.
So I'm going to direct your attention to August 24th of 2019. What was your profession then?
I was an EMT basic.
And who did you work for?
Falk Rocky Mountain.
And did you have a partner with Falk?
I did.
And who was it that?
Ryan Walker.
And what was his role when you worked with him?
He was my paramedic partner.
And generally, can you tell the jury a little bit what you did for Falk Rocky Mountain?
I was an EMT for them, so that included driving the ambulance, assisting fire on calls, assisting my paramedic whenever we didn't need fire, helping PD out.
PD being law enforcement?
Correct.
So on August 24th, 2019, in the late evening hours, were you dispatched to Billings and Evergreen area?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about that?
I don't remember where we were prior to being dispatched to the call, but I remember it was late at night. We got called to, I guess, Billings and Evergreen area, and I was the passenger on the way there.
When you get dispatched, what does that mean?
A call comes through Aurora dispatch as well as our Falk Rocky Mountain dispatch. They tell us where to go, what the problem is if they can, or whether to go routine or emergent.
And when you say emergent, what does that mean?
Lights and sirens.
I realize it's been almost 3.5 years, but do you remember at this point if you received any information about the call that you were dispatched to?
I don't remember.
And do you remember how long it took you to get there?
A few minutes, about.
How does it work that when you are in your ambulance and you are being dispatched, you said it pops up on your screen? Do you know when a call is going to come in, or are you waiting for a call somewhere?
We wait, whether we are trying to get some food or talking with other crews. We wait, and then we hear the tones go off on the radios, and our screen turns red, and all the information pops up, and the dispatchers tell us the information.
So I'm going to direct you, you get there. And did you know at that time whether or not Aurora Fire and Rescue was also on the scene?
We knew they were there, or they were going.
And when something comes up on your screen, what information do you receive typically?
The navigation and the address. If they have any information about what's going on, or if PD is going, then that's in like the notes. But sometimes the dispatchers don't have time to type all of that out.
Do you remember at this point whether on the way to the scene you received any additional information?
I don't remember.
And since you were an EMT, was your role to support Mr. Walker's role, who was the paramedic?
Correct.
Once you get to the scene, please explain to the jury what you did.
When we got to the scene, we parked in front of the fire engine, which is what we normally do. And I got out, I got the stretcher out, and I didn't leave the stretcher side until we left the scene. I brought the stretcher up to the area next to the patient and got the restraints ready, the seatbelts off of the bed to make it easier for everybody.
Is that what you do every time you bring out a stretcher?
Yes.
Now, you just testified that you thought you parked in front of the engine.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that's accurate? Do you think that, I know that's what you said you do every time, but do you think that you did that on August 24th of 2019?
Possible we didn't.
Okay, so you just don't remember?
Yeah.
All right. At this point, what time is it?
Around 10, but I only know that because of what everybody else has said.
Okay, well, I only want to know what from your memory. Do you remember what time it was that you were dispatched and then arise?
No.
Would watching video from a body-worn camera help you pinpoint the time that you got out the stretcher?
Yes.
As you were approaching the scene, what do you see?
I see police officers, I see Aurora Fire, and I see the police officers restraining somebody on the grass.
Approximately how many police officers do you see?
At least 5.
And how about Aurora Fire and Rescue? How many personnel do you see from them?
4.
And do you know them? The personnel that were at the scene?
Not all of them, no.
Who did you know?
I knew the firefighters because I run calls with them before, and then a couple of the police officers. This is for the same reason.
And for the firefighters, do you remember their names?
I remember Cooper and Cichuniec.
And how many calls had you been with them before so that you could recognize them? Approximately.
Multiple. I don't know a number.
And when you arrive on scene and Aurora Fire and Rescue are already there, what is the working relationship between the two of you?
Usually Aurora Fire gets there on scene first because they have more stations scattered throughout Aurora. And they're usually closer. So once they get there, establish kind of what's going on, Falk arrives, and they give us a rundown of what's going on if they know more information than us, and we work in conjunction to care for the patient.
Who typically brings out any necessary equipment if Aurora Fire and Rescue arrives before you do?
If Aurora Fire arrives before we do, then they usually bring out their equipment.
And when you say their equipment, what are you talking about?
They have 2 emergency kits. One's black, one's orange. Excuse me. And that has all the medications and equipment that they would need.
So at that point, would vital signs normally have been taken before you arrive?
Objection, Your Honor.
If you know.
Yes.
If you know, based on kind of the common procedure, if a Falck ambulance arrives secondary, will vital signs already have been taken?
Depends when we get there and if it's appropriate to do so.
When you arrived, were you given any information that vital signs had been taken?
Me personally, no.
When you arrived, what equipment did you see around the patient?
I didn't see any.
Now, just to be clear, Ms. Gonzalez, you don't wear a body-worn camera, is that correct?
Correct.
I'd like to play Exhibit 116, Sergeant Nunes's camera, and maybe start at 22:57:22 to 22:50. I'm sorry. Absolutely. It's Exhibit 116, and it's 22:57:22 to 22:57:44. And Ms. Gonzalez, I just want you to look at this for just a few moments until we see you, and you can point yourself out to the jury.
I'm going to object and just ask that we approach.
All right, the objection's overruled. The court will allow the brief video clip to be shown.
Okay, his head is on. I need to get it. Don't move your feet. No, don't do that.
I'm right there.
So now that we have sort of a still up on the screen, can you point out to the jury who you are?
I am this person right here.
Thank you. And who was the person helping you with the stretcher?
I don't know.
Thank you, Lee. You can take that down. Now, when you got up and you had the stretcher out, at that point, were you given any information about why you were called, or did you learn out anything about the patient that you were about to attend to?
No, I just knew that fire asked for ketamine.
When you arrived, did you have any personal concerns for your own safety?
No.
Why not?
Because it looked like Aurora PD had the patient restrained and under control.
At that time, could you see the positioning of the patient?
Yes.
Could you describe that to the jury?
He was on his stomach on the grass, being restrained. His head was off to the side. I don't remember which side, though.
And when you say that he was down on the grass, we've used or heard the term prone. Do you recognize that term?
Yes.
Could you define that term for the jury?
Prone means you're laying on a surface with the front side of your body.
Was this patient prone on the grass?
Yes.
And were there law enforcement restraining his arms and legs?
Yes.
At that time, as an EMT, did you have any concern with his position?
Yes, because we want to make sure that they are breathing okay. I don't know the amount of pressure that was put on him, but you want to make sure that their breathing is adequate.
Did you see anyone from Aurora Fire and Rescue addressing the fact that the patient was face down or prone on the grass?
From my experience, no.
Did you see Mr. Cooper or Mr. Cichuniec approach the patient and address the fact that he was prone on the grass?
No.
Was there a lot of conversation going on as you were there with the stretcher?
Yes.
Could you hear anything from the patient?
No.
How long do you think that you stood by the stretcher until you saw ketamine being administered?
It felt like a long time. I don't know the exact amount.
During the time that you were waiting there by the stretcher, did you see Mr. Cooper or Mr. Cichuniec interact at all with the patient on the ground?
Not that I can remember.
Did you see anyone from Aurora Fire and Rescue attempt to take a pulse?
No.
Or get out any equipment and take vital signs?
No.
Do blood pressure?
No.
Did you see anyone from Aurora Fire and Rescue attempt to have a conversation with the patient on the ground?
Not when I was there.
Was anyone checking his airway?
No.
During the time that you were waiting, did you see the condition of the patient change?
Not that I can remember.
Did you ever see him get up?
No.
Did you ever see him kneel up?
No.
Was there a time that you started to hear the patient make some sounds?
Yes.
Can you describe those to the jury?
To me, it sounded like he was grunting.
If you know, could you determine from where you were why he was making those sounds?
No.
At some point, do you learn anything about his medical condition while you're waiting there?
No.
Was it your role at all to determine his medical condition as an EMT from Falk?
No.
Whose role was it to determine that?
Aurora Fire.
When they, at some point, did you learn or did you see with your own eyes the fact that the patient was administered a sedative?
Yes.
And what sedative did you learn it was?
Ketamine.
And did you learn that just because you overheard conversation?
I learned that when they asked for it over the radio, and then they confirmed it on scene.
And when you say they confirmed it on scene, how does that happen?
Usually Aurora Fire talks to the Falk paramedic to confirm the dose, name, it's the right patient, right dose, right expiration, right medication, all of those things.
Did you see that happen?
Yes.
And when you say one person confirms it with another person, and in this scene, who was talking to whom?
It was my partner, Ryan, talking to Cooper.
Now, at the time that, forgive me, let me step back. Who administered ketamine to the patient on the ground?
Cooper.
And when Mr. Cooper did that, what was the patient's position?
His right shoulder was up. He was laying on his left side.
Did they move him into that position in order to administer the medication?
Yes.
So I want you to step back and sort of lead us through that. Until that medication was administered, what position was he still in?
In the prone position.
And then what happened next?
And then PD helped roll him on his left side. And then it was administered in his shoulder, his right shoulder.
And when you say administered, what does that mean?
They put the syringe in his shoulder muscle and pushed it down so the medication can go in.
Did you see any resistance by the patient when the ketamine was given to him?
Not from my point of view.
Could you see him do anything?
No.
Was he trying to actively get up at all?
No.
If the patient had tried to get up, would you have seen that, do you think?
Yes.
Did you ever see the patient try to get up and walk up sort of the grassy embankment?
No.
After Mr. Cooper gave the ketamine to the patient, how long did you wait until something else happened?
I would be guessing. I'm not sure.
Okay, then don't guess. Did it seem like a little time or a long time?
A little.
As you were waiting for the next step, were you doing anything with the stretcher in order to prepare it for receiving the patient?
The only thing I did was get the restraints ready and take the seatbelts off of the bed so that when they're placed on it, they don't lay on them. I was standing there.
And when you say they don't lay on them, are you talking about the patient?
Yes.
So you want to clear the bed so the patient can be put on the pram?
Correct.
And why is it that you use soft restraints?
Anytime we sedate somebody, it's possible it doesn't work on them and they can become combative. So we restrain anybody that's sedated for everybody's safety.
So during the short period of time that you're waiting, did you ever see the patient become combative?
No.
Did you see him making any movements?
No.
Did you see Mr. Cooper or Mr. Cichuniec checking the patient at all during this period of time?
I don't remember.
Were they getting any kind of vital signs?
No.
How about checking for blood pressure?
No.
How about determining the patient's heart rate?
No.
How about using a pulse oximeter?
No.
Was anyone checking his airway?
No.
After a certain period of time went by, what happened next?
Once he was fully sedated, it was a team effort to lift him up and place him on the stretcher.
When you use the term fully sedated, what does that look like?
The patient's unconscious.
Is unconscious, in your observation, different than sleepy?
No.
It's the same?
Presentation-wise, yeah.
When he was placed on the stretcher, was the patient doing anything, any movement?
No.
Was he combative at all?
No.
After the patient was placed on the stretcher, what happened next?
We sat him up to take his shirt off, I think, and we put the soft restraints on, one on his right wrist, his left wrist, and then both of his legs, and then we put seatbelts on.
And did you notice or make any observation whether or not something came out of the patient at that time?
I saw a red vomit on his face and his upper chest.
And based on your training as an EMT, did you know what that red substance was?
Yes.
And what was it?
Vomit.
At the time that the patient was placed on the stretcher, did you see Mr. Cooper or Mr. Cichuniec tend to him in any way?
I know when we lifted him up, they took his shirt off or lifted it up and checked his back for injuries and the front.
Was anyone at that point taking any type of vital signs?
No.
Was there any equipment either on the pram or near the pram that anyone was using to determine how Mr. McClain was doing at that point?
I don't remember.
At that point, after you saw what looked like vomit, did anyone check his airway?
Not that I can recall.
As an EMT, when a person vomits, are there any concerns that you are aware of?
We just want to make sure they're in a position where they don't choke on their vomit.
Did anyone from Aurora Fire and Rescue do anything about that?
No.
How about Mr. Cooper or Mr. Cichuniec? Were they checking the patient's airway?
Not that I saw.
After Mr. McClain was put on the pram, what happened next?
We made sure he was secure to the bed and we rolled him down to the ambulance and put him in.
Now, when you say you rolled him down, can you kind of explain to the jury what that means in your memory?
Because we were up on a little bit of a hill on the grass, we rolled him down the grass to the sidewalk and then in the street and in the ambulance.
At some point, did you realize that there was something medically distressing occurring with Mr. McClain?
On the way to the ambulance?
Yes.
No.
Did anyone say anything about whether or not he could breathe?
No.
Was anyone doing any type of medical intervention at that point to determine whether or not he could breathe?
No.
Had anyone at that point determined what his vital signs were?
No.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Cooper wiped away any of the vomit that was on Mr. McClain's face?
I don't know.
Did anyone else bring out any sort of airway equipment in order to make sure that he could still breathe at that point?
Not before we got to the ambulance, no.
What happened once you were in the ambulance?
We got him in the ambulance. Most of us got in. I went to the CPR chair side, which is to the right of the patient. The patient goes in head first, so I'm at the right side. Then we're getting the vital signs equipment out and putting those on him. And I remember somebody asking if he had a pulse. I don't remember who it was.
Is it unusual to check for a patient's pulse at this stage?
No.
Is it something that could have been done earlier in your observation?
Yes.
Once that person realized that Mr. McClain did not have a pulse, what happened next?
We started CPR.
And who initiated CPR?
I did.
Could you just explain to the jury a little bit about what that means?
CPR, we're pumping their heart from the outside, so doing compressions. Our protocol is we do it for 2 minutes straight, check a pulse, and then we switch compressors.
Soon after that, was there a decision made to get Mr. McClain to the hospital?
Yes.
And where did you go?
We went to University Hospital in Aurora.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. No further questions at this time.
Good morning.
Good. Would it be okay if we took our break?
I was just going to look at the clock and ask you.
All right. Yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and take our mid-morning recess at this time. It's 10 minutes after 10 by the clock on the wall. Please be back at roughly 25 minutes after 10 o'clock. Don't form or express any opinions or discuss the case. Do no independent research. Avoid any press coverage. We'll see you back in 15 or 20 minutes. Right, the jury has returned. Please be seated. The court will recall 21 CR 2800 and 2806. The parties and counsel are present. The jurors have returned. You may begin with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Gonzalez, I want to just pick up with you and ask some questions. If at any time you don't understand, will you let me know?
Sure.
Okay. So you didn't recall where you were coming from when you responded to this scene this night. Is that correct?
I just remember the direction, not exactly where.
And is it your testimony you were driving or you were the passenger on the way from wherever to this scene?
I remember it was the passenger.
Okay. So Mr. Walker was driving?
Correct.
Do you remember if you were coming emergent?
We were, but we did not have our sirens on because we were driving through a neighborhood and just courtesy, so we don't wake anybody up.
Okay. So you were coming lights on, no sirens?
Correct.
Okay. And when you got to the scene, is it fair to say it was a bit of a chaotic scene? There was a lot of people around.
Yes.
And there were a lot of police presence. There was a significant police presence.
Yes.
And when you arrived on scene, as you came out, you knew that ketamine and soft restraints had been called for, correct?
I just remember the ketamine.
Okay. And yet you knew to have soft restraints.
Correct.
Okay. So if there was a dispatch asking for ketamine and soft restraints, that makes sense.
Correct.
Okay. Because those two would go together.
Yes.
Okay. And your job when you got there was to unload the gurney or the pram, correct?
Correct.
One and the same, gurney, pram,
Yes.
stretcher?
Yes.
Okay. And to bring it over closer to the patient, correct?
Yes.
You didn't know Mr. McClain, did you?
No.
Okay. And meanwhile, it was your paramedic's job to draw up the ketamine, correct?
Yes.
And when you got out, a member from Aurora Fire met you and helped you bring the pram closer to the patient.
Yes.
Okay. And the patient was at all times on the ground restrained by law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And several law enforcement at all times were on him. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
We heard in that little clip when you identified yourself, well, let me back up. That little clip you watched, the 22 seconds, you identified yourself on the video. That is the first time you're coming over to the scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you could hear law enforcement saying, stop doing that, stop moving. Do you remember that? I'm asking if she remembers.
You can ask her if she remembers anything the police officers were expressing.
Do you remember law enforcement calling out towards the patient to stop doing that, stop moving?
I wasn't paying attention.
Fair enough. You were focused on bringing the pram over.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall seeing law enforcement doing a pat down or moving the patient around to try and pat him down? Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Would that make sense that they would do that?
Sustained.
Do you recall what law enforcement was doing while they were with the patient when you were walking up?
They were holding him on the ground.
Okay. And you said you heard some sounds, some grunting noises and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that if you're looking at a patient and you're seeing the side, like the side of their belly, and you can see grass underneath it, that would not be the prone position. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Your recollection is that when you came up, that at times you saw the patient in the prone position. That's what your recollection is, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't have access to the body-worn cameras, do you?
No.
You don't wear body-worn cameras, do you?
No.
And has anybody in the intervening 4 years shown you the body-worn cameras? At times?
For this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you've seen pieces, maybe meeting with the Attorney General's office, getting ready to testify?
Correct.
Okay, so other than that, you have not had the ability to view the body-worn cameras, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you were asked questions about what you bring to the scene versus what's in the ambulance, do you remember those series of questions?
Yes.
Okay. So if you know that ketamine has been called for in the soft restraints in the pram, and and you can see a patient's very close to the ambulance, does it make sense that you might just bring that patient right back to the ambulance after they're sedated? Does that make sense to you?
The question makes sense if the patient is going to continue to be combative. It's not the best scenario.
Right. So you don't necessarily introduce other things into the scene in a situation like that.
Correct.
Okay. And we're asking you back in 2019. 2019, you were the EMT. You were just doing what you were told, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So I want you as much as you can to rely on that memory from 2019. Okay. If anybody had asked you to go get stuff, would you have gone and gotten it?
Yes.
Response.
Judge, she can testify from her memory and her perceiving as a perceiving fact witness what she would have done if she had been asked.
No, she's opining now.
That's
So
fine.
sustain.
When you were present on the scene, at any point in time, did you hear fire, call out, go ahead and have end tidal ready and suction ready? Do you remember that?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember when Mr. McClain was sedated, was after the injection was given and while the medication was waiting to take effect? Do you remember listening to paramedic Cooper explain to paramedic Walker exactly why he did, why they asked for the ketamine, what had been going on? Do you remember that? Kind of a pass off?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember while you were on scene, as Mr. McClain was lifted to the gurney, hearing Mr. Cooper call out, well, let me back up. If somebody calls out, have end tidal ready, what are they referring to? Judge, this is asking her memory and from her information what that would have meant on this night at the scene.
I'll overrule that objection.
So if somebody had called out, have end tidal ready, what would that have meant?
End tidal CO2 is to measure the amount of carbon dioxide you're breathing out.
Mm-hmm.
If you're breathing out a number in a certain range, then we know your breathing is adequate.
Okay. So on the ambulance that night in 2019, if they're saying have end tidal CO2 ready, was that something that hooked to kind of the cannula, the oxygen?
It is a cannula, yes.
Okay. And there's a wall mount one right in the ambulance there, right? A house one.
The end tidal plugs into our monitor.
Okay. And if somebody says have suction ready, similar, that's referring to something that would be in the ambulance right there?
Yes.
Okay. When you are concerned about somebody vomiting or aspirating, suction's what you're going to do. Fair to say?
Correct.
Sustain is beyond the scope.
So when you were next to the gurney, and I just want to back up. Your memory was that the ambulance had parked right in front of the fire engine. That's what your memory is. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And your memory is that when Mr. McClain was lifted to the gurney, that his shirt was taken off, right? That's what you testified to?
It was taken off or lifted up.
Okay. And your memory was that you had observed some emesis or vomit on his face area, right? Okay. But as you walked alongside Mr. McClain from the gurney to the ambulance, is it fair to say that was maybe about 30 feet from the gurney to get to the ambulance?
Yes.
And as you're walking alongside, at no point in time did you see Mr. McClain stop breathing. Isn't that true?
I was not paying attention.
And isn't it also true at no point in time did you see him vomiting while he was on the gurney?
Correct.
And you never saw him vomiting as you were lifting the gurney into the ambulance, right?
Correct.
Okay. And if you had, those would be things you would have said something about, right?
Correct.
And at no point in time while you were walking with Mr. McClain to the ambulance, did you hear your paramedic Walker say he saw Mr. McClain stop breathing, did you? You never heard him say that, right?
I don't remember.
Right. If he had said, oh my gosh, he's not breathing, that'd stand out to you, right?
Sustain.
At no point in time as you were walking to the ambulance, did you hear anyone else saying that they saw Mr. McClain stop breathing, did you?
I don't remember.
Okay. But you did hear, as he was loaded into the ambulance, there was a call for a pulse check, right?
That was once we were already in the ambulance.
Right.
Yes.
Right. And it's your memory that at that time, you and somebody else did a pulse check. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was no pulse.
Right.
And then CPR started.
Yes.
And your memory is you did the first round and then tagged out so you could drive.
Correct.
Okay. At no point in time while you were on scene, let me ask it this way. While you were on scene with Aurora Fire, at any point in time, did you see anyone from Aurora Fire doing something you considered assaultive towards Elijah McClain? Judge, this is a fact witness, her perceptions of what she saw that night.
Overrule the objection.
Go ahead.
No.
At any point in time, did you see anyone from Aurora Fire do administer any medication for anything other than a medical treatment?
No.
Did you ever hear anyone from Aurora Fire joking or laughing or thinking this was funny?
No.
Did you ever see anybody that seemed to you like they wanted to harm Elijah McClain from Aurora Fire?
Sustain.
When you were on scene, from your perspective, was Aurora Fire acting in a capacity to provide medical treatment?
I'll allow the witness to answer that question.
Go ahead.
Can you ask the question?
Sure. While you were on scene in August of 2019, was it your perception that Aurora Fire was there to was providing medical treatment?
Yes.
If I could have just a moment.
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
At the time that you responded to the call for Elijah McClain, how long had you been an EMT?
Not even a year.
And you were not a medic at that time, correct?
Correct.
When you first arrived on the scene, in addition to the individuals that you observed while you were there, it was also very noisy, wasn't it?
Yes.
And there were multiple police cars with their overhead lights on, right?
Yes.
So lights were blinking on and off, and they were different colors, right?
Correct.
And on top of that, it was also dark, wasn't it?
Yes.
And so would it be fair to say that the scene when you arrived was potentially confusing?
I can't say.
Okay. Would it have been difficult to assess someone in those circumstances where it's noisy and there's lights flashing and there's distractions going on and it's dark?
Speculation and expert testimony.
Response.
She can testify to her own observations of the scene that night.
Well, she can, but also sustain that objection. Rephrase.
When you first arrived on the scene, you had previously been informed that the AFR members on the scene were going to require ketamine, right?
Yes.
And you knew that prior to the time that you got to the scene.
Correct.
And you testified that you observed a conversation between your partner, Ryan Walker, and Mr. Cooper, correct?
Correct.
Where did that conversation take place?
From where I was standing, it was across from me on the opposite side of the patient on the floor. It was on the grass behind the officers.
So that conversation did not occur until you were near the patient with the pram, right?
Correct. I don't remember if they spoke any other time.
Okay. So you did not observe either Mr. Cichuniec or Mr. Cooper approach the ambulance and request the ketamine.
Correct.
And you didn't watch your partner, Mr. Walker, draw that ketamine up.
No, I did not watch him.
And you didn't watch your partner, Ryan Walker, deliver the ketamine to Mr. Cooper.
I saw him deliver it.
You did?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever see Mr. Cichuniec approach the ambulance when you arrived?
Not that I remember.
And did Mr. Cichuniec assist you in getting the pram ready to bring over to the patient?
It's possible. I don't remember who it was.
Okay. And so do you recall being shown a short video and you were asked to identify yourself in the video?
Yes.
And then you were also asked to identify the AFR firefighter on the other end of the pram, correct?
Yes.
And you could not identify that firefighter.
Correct.
But you testified that you recognized both firefighter Cooper and firefighter Cichuniec on the scene because you had been on many calls with them before.
Correct.
But you could not identify Mr. Cichuniec in that video.
With the still frame, I saw it was the back of somebody's head. So I don't know.
Okay. You could not identify them.
Correct.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Ms. Gonzalez, we played that video a little longer and it wasn't blurry. Do you believe that you could identify that individual?
Objection, speculation.
Response.
Judge, I think it's based on the video blurriness, not on her memory. And she's already testified she knows these individuals from other calls.
All right. The court will sustain that objection to that question.
Counsel asked you about CO2 and the end title equipment that can be brought out. Do you remember that line of questions?
Yes.
Did you ever see that medical equipment out by the patient?
No.
Did you ever see that medical equipment while on the pram?
No.
Did you ever see that medical equipment in the ambulance?
Yes.
She also asked you about suction. Did you ever see suction or the device in order to suction out a person's airway out by the patient when he was on the grass?
No.
Did you ever see any type of suctioning equipment when he was on the pram?
No.
Did you see any suction equipment from the pram to the ambulance?
No.
When did you finally see suction equipment?
When we were in the ambulance.
Counsel asked you about overhearing the conversation between Mr. Walker and Mr. Cooper. Do you remember that line of questions?
Yes.
He also asked you if it was a noisy scene. You tell us, was it clear enough for you to hear that conversation, or was the scene too noisy?
It was not clear enough for me to hear the conversation.
Then how did you know it was going on?
Just from past experience, I know that what we're supposed to do before we administer medications, we're supposed to confirm those 5 things I mentioned earlier.
So you did. So it's clear that you saw the conversation, but you didn't hear it.
Correct.
Okay. In the video, if you could see a person that you recognize as Mr. Cichuniec, could you then ID him?
Yes.
Your Honor, people had asked for permission to play Exhibit 16 for a few seconds after the last video we played.
All right. What kind of time frame are we talking about?
10 seconds, Judge.
All right.
May we please play Exhibit 116? And let's just start with 22:57:35 to 22:57:45. From that brief clip, could you determine who was assisting you with the stretcher?
Yes.
And who was it?
Cichuniec.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
May the witness be excused. All right, you may step down. You're excused. Next witness for the people. Okay. If you'll step on up here. Right. Solemnly swear or whatever. Please be seated. Once you're comfortably seated, I'll ask that you speak a little bit loudly or close to the microphone. And if you could please tell us your first and last name and spell your last.
Yep. It's Madison Freeman, last name spelled Freeman.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Freeman. Please introduce yourself to the jury and tell the jury how you knew Elijah McClain.
Hi, I'm Maddie. I worked with Elijah McClain at Massage Envy for about 2 years.
And what were those 2 years?
I'm sorry.
What were the dates, approximately?
Probably 2017 to around 2019.
And did you work with Mr. McClain up till his death on August 24th of 2019?
Yes.
What were your duties at Massage Envy?
I was a front desk sales associate.
And generally speaking, what are those duties?
Selling memberships, booking the massages.
How would you interact with Mr. McClain?
Elijah and I used to hang out almost every single one of our breaks together. Him and I worked Thursday through Sundays together.
And what was his duties?
Elijah was a licensed massage therapist.
And so throughout the day, you said you worked Thursday through Sunday, is that right?
That's correct.
So throughout the day, how often would you interact?
Elijah and I would hang out. I had a 30-minute break. He had an hour break throughout the day. So we would normally hang out every lunch.
And in between appointments, when Mr. McClain come out with his customer, and would you have some interaction then also?
Objection leading.
Elijah.
I'll overrule the objection. It's foundational.
Elijah and I would hang out during our lunch breaks, like I said, and him and I would normally go over to, there's a pet store next to us, and we would just play with these baby kittens. They would circle them through. So that was our favorite thing to do during our lunch breaks.
And what location of Massage Envy did you work at?
Elijah and I worked at the Greenwood Village location in the Cherry Hills Marketplace.
Now, did you work the Thursday through Sunday the entire time of those 2 years with Elijah?
From what I remember, yeah.
And how long would your shifts be?
10 hours.
What time would you start?
Some nights we were opening, some nights we were closing together. I think Sundays we closed together. And so that would last, until 10 p.m. or we would open the clinic at, around 7:30, 8 a.m.
And then during those shifts, how often during the day would you interact with Mr. McClain?
If he didn't have a massage, he was hanging out at the front talking to me. We just joked around and talked philosophy and just life.
During those 2 years, did you get a sense or did you ever observe any of Mr. McClain's exercise habits?
Yeah. If we weren't hanging out or if, he was going to and from work, he was either biking or running from the bus stop, which was around 3 miles, or he was just running during his break. So he was a very active, fit individual.
During the same 2-year period of time, did you have occasion to see what Mr. McClain would wear running?
Yeah, it wasn't uncommon for Elijah to come to work wearing a leather jacket during an 89-degree summer day, or, he would wear super warm clothes regularly coming to his shifts.
Anything about his running shoes? Were they particular?
Yeah, he wore toe shoes, running shoes. It was just, he felt more grounded.
And are toe shoes the type of running shoes that had the individual toes separated out?
That's correct.
Would you consider Mr. McClain an active person?
Yeah. He would do handstands in the middle of the lobby, walk handstand down the hallway of the massage studio. He was one of the most active people that I've known and inspired me to do the same.
Were you aware, based on your interaction over those 2 years, whether or not he ever called in sick?
Judge, I'm going to object. I don't believe this is relevant.
Response.
I'd argue People v. Jones as well.
Join.
Response.
Based on some of the expert reports we've received, Judge, it could become relevant.
All right. Well, if it does, I'll allow you to ask it.
Did he ever miss work?
Judge, I've got the same objection for the same reasons.
Join.
Sustain.
So we're going to show you 2 exhibits, exhibits 1 and 3, just to the witness, please. Do you recognize People's Exhibit 1?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you recognize it as, just generally?
Elijah entering our break room.
And how about People's Exhibit 3? What do you recognize it as, just generally?
Elijah dancing in our break room.
And are these still photographs from a video that you took?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the jury the timing of these photographs?
This was approximately 2 weeks before his death in August of 2019.
And are these still photographs from the video that you took? Are they fair and accurate from the video that you yourself took?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you people to ask for admission of People's Exhibit 1 and 3?
Or dire or objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Object on relevance, Your Honor.
Your Honor, does the court want me to respond?
No, the court will allow, as they're relevant to a number of things, including his usual clothing as well as identification. So the objection's overruled.
Ms. Madison, we're going to show you People's Exhibit 1. And if you could just describe to the jury whether or not in this picture the clothes that you're seeing are the typical clothes that he would wear.
Judge, I'm going to object. The jury can see what he's wearing for themselves. I mean, they've heard Ms. Freeman's testimony already.
The court will overrule the objection.
That means you can answer.
Okay. This was, beginning of August, like on an 80, 90 degree day, midday. And this is what he would wear during the summer.
Let's show you People's Exhibit 3. And once again, this was a picture taken 2 weeks before his death.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Ms. Freeman, is it fair to say that you did not go out and exercise with Mr. McClain when he would exercise?
I would say that's correct. Yes, sir.
Are you yourself a runner?
No, sir.
So you didn't accompany Mr. McClain when he would run. Is that fair to say?
Not running, no.
And so you aren't really able to tell us how good of a runner, how often he ran. Is that right? You can say he showed up at work and Mr. McClain would tell you he had run there. Is that right?
No, sir. We had large windows outside or at the front of our massage NV, and I sat up at the front and I could see him running in the parking lot, working out.
Just running in circles or what?
Sometimes running like Naruto, the anime character.
Not familiar with Naruto.
It's an anime that he was a huge fan of.
Right. Do you know whether Mr. McClain ever did races?
I have no idea.
In your conversations with Mr. McClain, did he ever tell you why he dressed so warmly, or did you ever ask him?
Yes, he said that he was freezing cold.
Okay. What about when he would do a massage?
He would still wear his hoodie.
The entire time he was doing a massage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But he didn't go into particularly why he felt cold with you?
He may have mentioned that he was anemic during the time that him and I worked together because he was vegan.
Okay. So you think he might have discussed having anemia with you?
Yes, sir.
Did he ever talk to you about having asthma?
No, sir.
Did he ever express any of his issues with the lung, having a collapsed lung previously?
Not that I know of. Not that I can remember.
Okay. It sounds like he was a good friend of yours.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec, any redirect based upon the questions?
Ms. Freeman, based on your observation through the window when you would see him running, did you ever see him have any difficulty running?
No, ma'am.
Defense counsel asked you about a collapsed lung, and you said you didn't know anything about that.
No, ma'am.
Did you ever hear him talk about any health problems that he was experiencing?
Other than being cold, no.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
May the witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may step down. Thank you.
Maybe a person for a statement quick.
Okay. We're going to take an early lunch today. If you could try to be back at 12:30-ish. So once again, no form or express any opinions or discuss the case. Do no independent research. Avoid any press coverage. We'll see you at approximately 12:30. The jurors have stepped out. You may be seated. Anything before we take our lunch break?
Mr. Cooper?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. See everybody at roughly 12:30. The jury's returned. Please be seated. The court will recall 21 CR 2800 and 2806. The parties and counsel are present. Next witness for the people.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people's next witness is Travis Chambers.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to be able to the truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you very much. You'll be seated. Once you're comfortably seated, I'll ask that you speak somewhat loudly or close to the microphone. If you could state your name and then spell your last name for the record.
Travis Chambers, Chambers.
Your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Chambers, to start with, could you just explain to the jury a little bit where you work and what your job is?
Currently, I'm employed at North Metro Fire Rescue District as a firefighter paramedic, as well as a field training officer.
Back in 2018, where were you employed?
I was employed by Falk Rocky Mountain.
What was your role there?
Throughout my time at Falk, I worked in numerous different capacities, and up to including street paramedics, so working on the ambulance transporting and responding to 911 calls, as well as field training individuals and new hires, as well as students, and then also helping to develop and deliver education to both Falk Rocky Mountain and Aurora Fire Rescue.
Speaking of that training, back in 2018, did you help build and deliver a training for Aurora on pre-hospital ketamine to all the Aurora fire paramedics?
I did.
And are you testifying today under subpoena, sir?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury a little bit about your background that prepared you for this role as both a paramedic and as a trainer?
So at the time I had worked at a fairly busy 911 system that also utilized ketamine for the similar indications under the same waivering process that was used for the city of Aurora. I also spent some time training there, and then spent over the time in Aurora developing training skills by both delivering internal and external education, both with internal students, external students, and then delivering and developing education. I guess if you want more specific information, we could dive into that. But
well, in addition to the training that we're talking about here, the ketamine and excited delirium training, have you also provided training on other topics?
Yes.
Can you summarize just briefly what some of those are?
The list is not meant to be all inclusive because there may be some that I've missed, but there were some about bleeding control, shock management, waveform and tidal capnography, which is a monitoring device that we can use, as well as MCI and trauma management in the scene of MCIs. So how emergency standards of care affect our treatment plans in emergencies, as well as some other specifically requested topics that people could tailor or request specifically.
Okay. Now, back in 2018, when you were working with Falk, were they contracted to provide ambulance services in Aurora?
That's correct.
Did they operate at Falk under the same set of paramedic protocols that the Aurora Fire and Rescue Department functioned under?
Yes.
Was Dr. Eric Hill the medical director for both Falk and Aurora Fire when you were there?
He was.
Now, if we could, I would like to show just the witness, please. Exhibit 250. I think that's the second half of it. Now, Mr. Chambers, taking a look sort of here at Exhibit 250, do you remember reviewing the pre-hospital ketamine PowerPoint that you prepared and gave to AFR and Falk back in 2018 prior to testifying today?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a fair and accurate copy of that PowerPoint?
Yes.
Now, after Dr. Hill obtained the waiver from the state to use ketamine in Aurora, did you work with him to prepare this training?
I did.
And would that have been given in about June of 2018?
To the best of my knowledge.
Okay. Does this training relate to as well to the excited delirium protocol?
Yes.
Did you actually teach the training in the classroom?
I did.
Were all members of the fire department and Falk that were potentially going to use ketamine in the field required to go through your training?
That was the intention, yes.
Okay. At this point in time, we would move for admission of people's 250.
Questions and objections? Please.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chambers, can you tell us, do you remember when you gave the trainings?
I would have given the trainings at the times requested by the fire department. I can't specifically state on which ones.
Okay.
It's been a while.
So, because I think previously you said spring of 2018, and now I heard council just say June of 2018, but you don't remember when you gave the training. Fair to say?
I cannot give a specific date as to when those were delivered.
And do you recall with specificity who attended the trainings and as to individuals?
The fire department was responsible for furnishing their own training records, so that was not something that I was directly responsible for.
Okay. And do you have any way of verifying exactly, like connecting the dot of this person went to this training and saw this exhibit?
I do not personally have that.
Okay. And then with respect to this exhibit, is this the exact exhibit that you would have used in trainings? In other words, did you keep this on your personal computer? Was there speaker notes, things of that nature?
So I believe the copy that is sent here was confirmed from what I had as my personal copy.
Okay.
There were no speaker notes attached to it.
Okay. And so when you give a training, I will show my age, but do you teach just reading this PowerPoint, or do you teach with the PowerPoint and then talk about it?
The intention of the PowerPoint is to provide critical information to be viewed and then allow for expansion and elaboration based on an input from the people receiving the education.
Okay. So how you taught was not restricted to just what's in the PowerPoint. It was beyond that. That was kind of the guide.
Everything that's on there had to be covered,
right.
And then there were additional information provided.
And do you have memory right now, independently of everything you covered in the training on every given day?
I don't think it would be realistic to have an accurate memory of everything I've said in a training, and certainly not from 5 years ago.
Okay. Do you remember how many trainings you did?
I don't specifically remember. It was a standard scheduling. So it would have, to the best of my memory, it followed the standard in-service education scheduling.
Okay. All right. I don't have any further questions on voir dire, Your Honor. I do have an objection, and we can approach it, but the council may not.
I do have some additional order.
Go ahead. You can do it now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chambers.
Good afternoon.
It's my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this was not the only ketamine training that was delivered to AFR and Falk as part of the ketamine training. Is that right?
Could you expand on that question a little bit?
Sure. So you did some in-service trainings on the introduction of ketamine and the use of ketamine, but weren't there also other in-service trainings that were provided by other professionals, either of Falk or AFR during this time?
I provided the initial in-service. Any additional education provided outside of that was not conducted nor reviewed by myself.
Okay. So you can speak to your training, but you can't speak to all the training that was provided on this topic. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't know what materials would have been used in those other trainings that would have been presented, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't know who would have presented those trainings?
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say, based on your trainings, do you have a specific recollection as to whether or not Paramedic Cooper or Lieutenant Cichuniec ever attended one of your trainings?
I would have to refer to the training records to speak definitively on that. I cannot specifically nor accurately recall explicitly seeing either one of them at one of the trainings.
So just to be clear, you don't have any specific recollection of either one of them being in one of your trainings?
No, sir.
Okay.
Well, I would like, at any one of them might be overly broad.
Let me, you know what? I really appreciate that clarification. Thank you. You don't have a specific recollection of Paramedic Cooper or Lieutenant Cichuniec, excuse me, attending your pre-hospital ketamine training?
That is correct.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor. We can approach.
All right, I guess you can approach. All right. There's an objection made to the admission of Exhibit 250. The court will overrule the objection, find that the objections, I should say, go to weight versus admissibility.
Mr. Chambers, how are you familiar more generally with the paramedic protocols and procedures that Falk and the AFR operate under?
It has been some time since I've operated under them, but I understand the general overview of them. The nuances may be a little lost.
And how many years did you practice underneath those protocols?
I believe it would have been roughly 3 years, or roughly 3, I believe.
Okay. Now, with regards to this particular protocol that we're talking about here, the excited delirium ketamine protocol, have you spent a fair amount of time over the last few years reviewing that, talking to people about it, interviews and testimony related to it?
I could say yes. I could say so, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the people would tender Mr. Chambers an expert in the areas of paramedic roles, protocols, and training.
Judge, I don't think I have one year. That's the extent of the foundation.
That's fine.
Hello again. Mr. Chambers, you graduated paramedic school, I think, out of Denver Health. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that in 2016?
Would have graduated in 15.
15. Okay, so 15. And then when did you shift to Falk?
2016.
Okay, so you were Denver Health through their program, and did you ever work independently with Denver Health, or was it just through their program and that you did ride-alongs with them and did the program through them?
I did both my education and I spent a time of employment with them as well.
Okay, and then you were at Falk from 16 to August of 19-ish?
Yes.
Okay, and then you left pre-hospital care for a bit?
That's correct.
Okay. And as relevant to this conversation, you referred to the ketamine and the agitated delirium protocol that you've been asked to review as part of this investigation. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So you've had to look at it several times in the course of being asked questions about it related to this investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Outside of this, though, you're not studying AFR, Aurora Fire Rescue protocols, are you?
No, ma'am.
And since you've left Falk, you haven't been studying Falk's protocols, have you?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And neither of those are relevant to anything you're doing today with respect to protocols you work under today, correct? That's probably too broad. You're under a different set of protocols today that are set forth by North Metro. Is that where you're at, North Metro?
That's correct. The protocols that we operate under are Denver Metro protocols, which would be a similar protocol base as Falcon Aurora.
Sure. And with respect to any training you did with Falk, it was during that window of the 3-year period of 16 to 19, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then any training you did at AFR was kind of just those limited trainings you were just discussing. And again, it was in that same time frame. Is that fair to say?
I believe so, yes.
Do you remember if you did any other trainings at Aurora Fire outside of the ketamine / excited delirium training to Aurora Fire? Do you remember how many other trainings you did to Aurora Fire?
I can't remember the specific total number of in-service educations, but I did deliver. The agreement was to assist in the delivery of quarterly in-service trainings, with the primary focus of those in-service trainings being with Aurora Fire.
Okay. I don't have any further questions yet, and I'm just going to confer with counsel a second. Judge, to the extent that the request is to just have Mr. Chambers qualified with respect to this training. I don't have an objection, but anything beyond this training, I would have an objection.
Okay. For Mr. Cichuniec. Yes.
Mr. Chambers, when did you leave AFR? I'm sorry, when did you leave Falk Ambulance?
The
Rocky
summer
Mountain?
of 2019.
Okay, so the protocols that you would have operated under at Falk Rocky Mountain that are the shared protocols with AFR, would you have been under the 2019 protocols then?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. I know protocols sometimes get updated. Do you know when like for example, do you know when the 2018 protocols got updated to become the 2019 protocols?
I can't speak specifically. Generally speaking, the protocols are reviewed twice a year, typically summer and fall, or, like there's usually a summer update and then like an end of year update. So for example, the last update for this year rolled out like a week or so ago.
Okay. And do you recall, were you still employed with Falk Rocky Mountain when the summer 2019 update came out?
I don't know specifically.
Okay. And I think you've testified here today that you have familiarity generally with the protocols in 2019 of AFR and Falk, but may not be familiar with the specifics. Is that fair?
I have not had a chance to review those specifics of the active protocols at the time, so I could not speak with 100% certainty to specific nuances that may have occurred. If that makes sense.
Sure. So you wouldn't be able to testify without actually seeing the protocol?
It would be my best guess. I couldn't. Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough. Now, I think you were tendered as an expert in paramedic roles, protocols, and training. Is that your understanding?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And you have previously testified and rendered opinions in this case. Is that right?
The extension of this broader case. Yes.
Correct. Yes. And that would have been sometime in 2021, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time, you've rendered, during your I guess, course of review of this case, you've rendered certain opinions about paramedic roles and medications that paramedics were allowed to give under the AFR and Falk Rocky Mountain protocols, correct?
Yes.
To include ketamine?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you've also rendered some opinions comparing ketamine to other sedatives that paramedics were able to give in 2019 with AFR and Falk. Is that correct?
Yes, kind of. Yeah. The discussion of comparison came, I think, as an expansive, or trying to, like, someone trying to, yeah, I'll say yes.
Okay. Specifically, you rendered some opinions comparing ketamine to Versed.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Judge, thank you. I actually don't have objections to these.
All right. Based upon the testimony, at least at this time, the court will, because the court would find that it's specialized knowledge, find that he's an expert on agitated patient and ketamine protocols and training for Falk and AFR in 2019.
right, could we please publish to the jury Exhibit 250? Mr. Chambers, this slideshow that we're about to walk through with the jury here, was this the slideshow that you presented to all the Falk and AFR folks?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. The pre-hospital ketamine that you're talking about here, was that to be given under the excited delirium protocol?
Well, as it was referred to at the time, yes.
Okay. Was that the only time, or was that the only protocol that ketamine was authorized to be given under at the time?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So I guess it's kind of complicated. There will be what was formerly known as an excited delirium protocol that will reference the agitated combative patient protocols. So those will kind of go interchangeably amongst each other. So the agitated combative patient would have referred to the specific excited delirium protocol.
Okay. That protocol that we're referring to that authorized the use of ketamine, is that given under what's called medical direction of a physician or medical director?
Yes.
So maybe let me phrase that a little bit better. Can you just tell the jury how that authorization goes into place?
Specifically for ketamine?
Yes.
Okay. So there are medications that require specific waivers. So waivered medications require a special process of application and review. These medications are intended to be controlled because their intent or their usage can be broad or restricted to the point that it's not common in pre-hospital practice to encounter these situations, and therefore need specific stipulations and controls surrounding them. Broadly speaking, some of them may have tighter controls and like from the governmental standpoint, and otherwise there just might be only specific applications to us that the protocols that we normally operate under.
Response.
Judge, this is the process that had to go through for this ketamine process. I can ask the witness, well, he clearly knows what he's talking about, so it is within his knowledge and is within his designation and within the area that the court has permitted him to give expert testimony.
All right, the court will allow the witness to answer that question and overrule the objection.
So can you talk a little bit about how the waivering process authorizes the use of ketamine for paramedics in the field?
I can't speak to the specifics beyond the process. So an application has to be submitted, reviewed by the state's medical director board. And once that's reviewed, then it's approved and it can be passed down for usage and ultimately in servicing for the district or the agency.
So was the use of ketamine approved in one of these protocols?
Yes.
That protocol, is that sometimes referred to as a standing order?
Standing order protocols are ones that do not require specific consults with a physician in order to act under.
Okay.
Yes.
What's the difference between a standing order protocol and something that's not a standing order protocol?
So standing order protocols don't require contact with what we refer to as online medical direction, which would be calling a physician who is typically loosely associated with the agency and consulting with them, providing a clinical picture, and then ensuring that the indication and dose are accurate.
Was ketamine to be administered pursuant to one of these standing protocols, or did you have to call in?
It was a standing order.
Now, if you do have to call in, if you're deviating from the protocol or something, how do you actually do that? What does it look like?
There's a number that you can call, which is called a biophone. Different agencies may have different names for it. Essentially, it's calling the hospital. The hospital will answer that phone, and then the attending provider on scene will then request to speak to a physician for a consult or for a med order, however they choose to phrase it. And then you will be connected with the physician, and then you will communicate what you're seeing and then what your desire is. And then the physician will either approve or deny the request.
Now, with regards to figuring out whether this ketamine protocol is the appropriate protocol to be used, how are paramedics trained to determine which protocol they should be using?
Either they've been trained through their schooling, also through internal field trainings, or for new, novel, or expanding things, there's required continuing education for providers. And then also most agencies would provide additional education in times of like novel or new indications.
You mentioned they get some training way back in paramedic school about how to determine which protocol to go under. Is that right?
So when training for school, you'll kind of operate, well, I guess it depends on the educational institution. Some focus on local protocols if you're associated with an agency that has its own internal paramedic school. Other educational institutions will rely on national standards. So protocols in general may vary slightly, but typically have similar indications, pathophysiology for the disease process.
And I'm not meaning to ask, the details of all the different protocols, but is there just sort of like a fundamental paramedic 101 way to assess or figure out?
On the agitated and delirium protocol, that was the approved expertise.
And Judge, determining how to get into that protocol is certainly a crucial component of understanding the protocol itself.
All right. The court's going to sustain that objection.
So how are paramedics trained to decide whether the ketamine protocol is the appropriate one versus using a different protocol?
In terms of training for those specific indications, they would utilize the protocol, which will outline the indications for that. And then when training for that, you would include signs and symptoms of those indications.
When you say you're looking for signs and symptoms, do you do some sort of assessment to figure out whether there are signs and symptoms that would put you into that protocol?
Yes.
Okay. And generally speaking, what does that involve?
Assessments typically involve both visual and physical assessments. And attempting to communicate with your patient. So that involves looking at them. If they have a specific complaint to an area of their body, then you can visualize that area, ensure there's no abnormalities, or just a look of their general appearance, their work of breathing, for example, the color of their skin, other physical signs, and then obtaining vital signs and so on.
So let's kind of break those down. You mentioned obtaining vital signs, like what?
Typical vital signs include blood pressure, pulse or heart rate, respiratory rate, pulse oximetry reading, be kind of standard.
Is the term ABC often used?
ABCs? In terms of what, sir?
In terms of vital signs and what to be examining.
In terms of an assessment tool, yes.
Okay, can you explain that to me, please?
So ABCs it's a mnemonic to assist people to remember critical areas of like patient's wellness. So like we have A, which stands for airway. So obviously if...
What's your objection?
So it was specific to a specific protocol. The people in the state stated that they were going to only be inquiring into this protocol, and now we're just backdooring in a much broader to the narrow scope the court has approved, and that foundation is laid for.
All right, response.
Judge, the ABCs are mentioned in that protocol, And how you choose whether this is the appropriate protocol or not is obviously foundational and required to be able to talk about the protocol. The protocol literally says reassess ABCs.
All right, I'll allow the witness to testify in general about that.
So, Mr. Chambers, you'd said that ABCs is a mnemonic device to assist with assessment of the patient's wellness. Can you describe what those mnemonics are, what they stand for?
So A stands for airway. Obviously, if there's something that's blocking our airway, that prevents us from breathing. So we need to make sure that their airways are open and what we refer to as patent, so well established and not in danger of imminently collapsing. B stands for breathing. So obviously we need to breathe in order to live. So we can assess the quality, the rate, depth of those breathing or respirations. And then C stands for circulation, so our pulse or our heart rate. We can assess whether it's fast, slow, strong, weak.
Now, you mentioned gathering information about the behaviors. If you're talking about a potential excited delirium case, is it important to get a good report or idea of what was happening before you were on the scene?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury why that's important?
Obviously, we have to rely on what people tell us before we arrive to help us frame a good clinical picture to compare against what we currently see. We need to make sure that if there's any changes, that we're trending those changes against what was provided to us and what we're currently seeing.
You said you want to analyze whether there's any trends or changes in what the report is versus what you're seeing. Why is that important?
It can help us identify a change in patient condition from what was initially discovered, which can indicate whether improvement or decompensation for a patient. And it can also help us have a better idea of what interventions might be necessary and how quickly we might need to intervene upon them.
Okay. If you see a change in somebody's condition, can that change the potential treatment you should be considering?
It can.
You mentioned some of the behaviors that you're trying to get information about. Is part of that trying to talk to the patient?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury why it's important to try and talk to a patient in the context of potential excited delirium?
I'm assuming that we will be eventually going through the PowerPoint. So we'll be an aspect of excited delirium would be that last word, delirium. So we need to determine if a person is oriented in order to determine whether or not they are delirious.
Now, let's go to the slide number 2 here. First substantive slide in the presentation. And I'd like to start with that first bullet point. Can you explain to the jury what this means, that ketamine is a non-competitive MDMA receptor and is dissociative and amnestic?
Yes, so ketamine is a non-competitive NMDA receptor antagonist, as well as a dissociative, amnestic, and analgesic anesthetic agent. Outlines the different mechanisms of action that the medication elicits within the patient's or within the human body. So the NMDA receptor antagonism is the primary tool or the primary mechanism, like biochemical mechanism, that elicits dissociation, amnesia, analgesia, which would be like pain relief, and then anesthetic would be like a loss of feeling.
Okay. Then the red section down below, what is that information that's in red?
So that says 500, the mg stands for milligrams, and that is meant to be within 5 milliliters. So ml is milliliters. That is how the dosage was supplied. So when the medication comes in a vial, it comes in what we refer to as a concentration. So the concentration of that agent that was being supplied was 500 milligrams in 5 liters, which led to a per milliliter concentration of 100 milligrams.
Okay, so the bottle that ketamine comes in, how big is it?
That would vary based on manufacturer.
Okay, the ones that at the time Falk was using, how many milliliters were contained in one vial?
5.
Okay, and just can you give the jury a rough approximation of how big that is?
That would be roughly 1 2/3 tablespoons.
Okay, 1 2/3 tablespoons. So is 1/5 of that, or 1 milliliter, how much ketamine in milligrams would that contain?
100 milligrams.
Now, the information right below says dose. What were you teaching the students and the paramedics about the dosing of ketamine here?
So the approved dosing was 5 milligrams per kilogram, given IM, which stands for intramuscularly. So you would give it with a needle into the body of a muscle. So the 5 milligrams per kilogram would mean that we take the weight of the patient, convert it to, if it's in pounds, into kilograms, and then correlate 5 milligrams of that per kilogram.
Now, next it says that the onset is 1 to 5 minutes IM. That seems fast to me. Is that fast?
Bioavailability of medications will vary greatly dependent on the medication itself, like the actual manufacturing of it, as well as comorbidities or other things that could be other medical problems with the patient can affect uptake, as well as circulation, blood pressure. Numerous other things can affect uptake, which explains why it's a broad, especially when given intramuscularly as opposed to like in a vein.
Okay. And you mentioned a couple of words there. I want to make sure we're understanding them. You said the bioavailability of it can vary significantly. What does that mean?
I apologize. So bioavailability would be the amount of a medication that your body can absorb, like a percentage of a medication that your body can absorb and utilize. So something could be 100% bioavailable. So the amount that was given, 100% of that can be absorbed. Otherwise, it can be somewhat inefficient, or it can become inert by the time that it's fully utilized. So something could have like 80% bioavailability. So if we were to give 10 milligrams of something, only 8 milligrams of that would be bioavailable, for a non-specific example.
Is part of the point of this section here training folks that somebody's condition can change pretty quickly after you give them ketamine?
It gives a time frame of anticipated effect of the medication.
Okay. And is part of that range to communicate that different people may respond differently to the medication?
That is one of the intentions, yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at the next slide. Now, what is being communicated to the paramedics in this slide?
So do I need to read the slides, or?
Go ahead and read this one and let me know what's being communicated there.
So this slide says, with patients presenting with signs and symptoms of excited delirium that present a considerable threat to the safety of the patient or members of public safety, is answering the above question of when we are using it. So this is meant to be an introductory statement into the indication for the utilization of ketamine.
Now, the slide talks here about a considerable threat to the safety of the patient or members of public safety. Is there a difference between that and somebody who is just agitated or has been in a scuffle with police?
In terms of considering threats, obviously it's a subjective experience to the person interpreting the threat. So the intention of this is to provide people with the breadth to make a decision on what they consider a threat to themselves or members of the public. I can't speak to definitions of imminent or considerable threats. That's a personal and subjective experience.
Okay. Now I mean, I assume that paramedics encounter people in various states of agitation all the time. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So what are you training them about how to recognize the difference between somebody who may be agitated for some reason versus someone who has excited delirium?
There will be some examples provided. Again, I think the primary emphasis of this is to ensure that we're protecting ourselves as well as the public, and that this is There are patients who have medical emergencies that can present threats, and this is a tool to help manage that patient.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the examples then on the next slide. It's kind of hard to see this photo from my perspective. What is this photo of?
So this is an older photo, but this is a photo of a unclothed individual who is presenting an aggressive stance against the vehicle placed in front of him or them. I apologize.
And just so I can understand it, this area here, is this the naked individual that you're referring to?
It is.
What sort of posture is he in?
My interpretation of that posture would be aggressive.
Is he crouched down close to the ground?
Yes.
Sustained.
Now, what are you training the paramedics on about the difference between delirium versus psychosis in that third to last line there?
Okay, so in terms of delirium versus psychosis, the idea is try to present a difference in underlying medical problem that's leading to their altered behavior. So psychosis typically comes from a mental health problem, whereas delirium is typically a medical. There is a slight, in terms of medicine, we somewhat differentiate between mental health or psychological underlying conditions as well as medical. So when I refer to medical or psych, that would be that there is a disease process that is not considered a mental health or psychological process that is then affecting their behavior. So part of that is taking patient history to help determine, is this a psychosis or a delirium, if that makes sense.
What does it mean to take patient history in the field to determine whether it's some other problem versus excited delirium?
Typically, that would involve gathering information either from the patient or family members or bystanders familiar with the patient in terms of their medical history.
Okay. What if somebody is no longer exhibiting any signs of excited delirium? What are they supposed to do?
That's a difficult question to answer, I suppose.
So, I mean, if somebody is exhibiting some signs that you think might be excited delirium, and 5 minutes later they're not, what are they supposed to do?
Objection calls for speculation.
Response.
Your Honor, based upon his experience both with the training and the protocols and the last 8 years as a paramedic, if he knows how they're supposed to deal with that, then he can answer the question. I wouldn't be speculating.
Well, I'll allow him to testify about the training, but not other hypotheticals. Sustain.
Sure. So with regards to the training and the protocol, that sort of flow chart, if somebody is exhibiting signs of excited delirium, if they aren't anymore, should you leave that protocol?
Typically, you would try to find the protocol that best fits the patient's presentation.
Okay. And would that potentially involve leaving that protocol and proceeding to other treatments?
Same objection, speculation.
Ask the answer.
Same ruling.
What did you mean by that statement that you would try and find the treatment that best fits the patient?
We would assess the patient and then identify what protocol that patient would best fit to determine the course of treatment.
Okay. So am I understanding you correctly that you are allowed to move from one protocol to the other if you think it's not appropriate anymore?
Objection, leading, speculation.
Response.
Judge, it's not a leading question, as it did not imply an answer. I'm asking whether you're allowed to or not. As to speculation, he is an expert in this particular protocol, at this particular symptomology and its treatments. And so it is certainly within his province to say, if you don't think this is the appropriate protocol anymore, whether you're allowed to deviate from it.
All right. Well, the court would find that based upon the form of the question, the court will sustain the objection.
So what do you do if you have signs that the excited delirium protocol isn't the appropriate one anymore?
I'm going to check. If he wants to ask, what did you train him to do, then I have no objection. But just these broad-based
Right, once again, the court sustains the objection.
What did you train the paramedics to do if they found signs that this was no longer the appropriate protocol?
Later in the presentation, we'll discuss mimics, so conditions that could elicit similar behaviors that might be confused for the above thing, and it stresses considering those and evaluating the patient for those.
Okay. And if somebody had another medical condition that's not excited delirium, would that be covered under a different protocol, or is that all under excited delirium?
That would be covered under a different protocol.
Let's go to the next slide. What is this slide?
This slide is a video meant to provide an example of a patient that could potentially meet the expectations of a patient, how a patient would present with excited delirium.
And did you review the video, a copy of these videos prior to your testimony today?
I did.
To make sure that they were fair and accurate copies of what you included in this presentation?
That's correct.
Now, as we discuss these videos and how it relates to the training that you gave, would it assist you in giving your testimony to the jury to have them be able to see the videos so they know what you're talking about?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to publish as a demonstrative exhibit 250A.
Judge, without waiving any prior objections, I don't have a different objection.
All right, the court will admit 250A for demonstrative purposes only.
Let's publish 250A to the jury.
He is right there. Hey, get on the ground. Hey, get on the ground.
Sit down, man.
Right up, told traffic for Clark. Right up, Court Ave.
Come on, man. Sit down.
Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. Lay down. Hey.
He running, play with you. Give me that.
Okay. Turn over. Turn him. Look over so I get a roll. Come over. Turn him. Take. Cuff. Cuff him. Get the cuffs on. Grab hold this arm. Got on.
Use the cuffs.
Grab my cuffs. I got it.
What do you train the paramedics is important to learn from that example of excited delirium?
So the important things that we're looking out for are, as we mentioned before, posing a threat to themselves as well as potentially to the public or to other members of public safety. Additionally, this person is unclothed, which was a kind of stereotypical sign of this, and we'll kind of later get into why they become unclothed. Additionally, this individual is not following commands, so they are either altered or choosing to not follow commands. They don't seem to interact logically with the police officers who are on scene. Something that is significant is that this individual attacks an inanimate object and then becomes briefly fixated on that object, which can be a symptom of delirium, specifically for this physiologic process. Additionally, this person requires a large number of individuals to help successfully restrain them. At the end of this video, it's also helpful. It reinforces that positioning is important for the patient as well.
Liz, can we go to the next slide? Now, what are you training people about in this slide, the case number 1 slide?
This is the intention is to provide more examples of patients who exhibit signs and or potentially exhibit signs and symptoms of excited delirium.
And what is where is this particular case number 1 from?
This is a call that I attended on at a previous organization.
Okay. And would this call have been preceded under that same agitated patient excited delirium protocol?
It would have been under the organization's approved excited delirium waiver protocol.
Okay. Now, in this particular situation, can you tell the jury what you would train the paramedics in this class about why this situation was relevant?
The first part of this is to stresses that this person is uncooperative with police officers who are on scene. It also begins to introduce the idea that illicit substances play a part in the physiology of this disease process. And then we dive into some staple signs and symptoms. So nonsensical, the patient in this case was babbling, yelling incoherently, what we would refer to as responding to internal stimuli, which would be another way of referring to hallucinations, whether auditory or visual. Diaphoretic, which is just a term for basically excessive sweatiness, and hyperthermic. So they're hot to the touch, they're warm to the touch. They feel like they have a fever.
Now, here when it says a friend on scene reports all that heavy acid use, how did you find out that information?
When we arrived on scene, one of the police officers said that this was his friend. While attempting to get what information we could from the police officers, the friend just kept repeating this statement to us.
Okay. And when we have this thing on here that says nonsensical, how did you determine that this particular patient was nonsensical?
We attempted to interact with the patient. So I asked him like, hey, what's your name? What's going on? I can't specifically recall if the friend told us his name at which part, but attempting to get that patient to interact with us in some way that would be like cogent and, expected of someone who's in an appropriate mental state.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide. Is this referring to that same case example from your own personal experience?
It is.
We've got a list of abbreviations and numbers here. Can you just explain at a very high level to the jury what information is contained in that first line?
I'll go just down the line. BP, blood pressure, the numbers that follow it, heart rate, the correlated number, or is HR, RR is respiratory rate, which has a number associated, and then BGL, which stands for blood glucose level, the correlated level.
Okay. Now, how do you measure blood pressure as a paramedic in the field?
We'll utilize a blood pressure cuff, and we have a process of cycling that up to determine both the top and bottom numbers.
Okay. Is that similar to that Velcro thing that the doctor puts on my arm when I go in for my checkup?
Same thing you guys get at the doctor's office or at Walgreens.
How about heart rate? How does a paramedic measure heart rate in the field?
We can do that by utilizing our fingers. So if you place your 2 fingers, you can place them on the thumb side of your wrist and identify a heart rate there. You can also listen to it with a stethoscope. We can get that number by placing electrodes that monitor electrical activity in their heart as well.
Okay. You mentioned using a couple of fingers and putting them on your wrist. Is that sometimes referred to as checking for a pulse?
Yes.
Okay. Are there other places you can check for it?
There are.
Where?
Anywhere that there's an artery.
Okay.
So that could be in your neck, in your armpit, in your elbow. You can check it in your pelvis. You can check it in the back of your knee, on the back of your leg. It kind of varies person to person and how their anatomy and that vasculature runs throughout their body.
You mentioned checking it with 2 fingers and you used your index and middle finger. Is there a reason to use those 2 fingers instead of, say, your thumb?
You do have a termination of an artery that runs through your thumb. So if you were to place enough pressure on your thumb for a long enough period of time, you can start to feel your own pulse in your thumb.
So is it much more accurate to use the index and middle finger instead of the thumb?
Yes.
How about our respiratory rate? How do paramedics measure that in the field?
Each person will have their own way that they choose to go about that. And the intention is to monitor a number of how many respirations how many times somebody breathes over the course of a minute. So this value is intended to be 30 times in 1 minute. You can do that either by counting every respiration for a minute. You can count the number of respirations within 30 seconds and times it by 2, same expansion to 15 seconds.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I forgot to ask you this on the previous slide. You mentioned that this patient was hyperthermic. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
Work out really hard, get really hot. Outside for a hot day, get really hot. When you touch, like if you've ever touched somebody who's been doing that, they feel really warm on your hand. So you can define that clinically by obtaining a temperature using various different temperature probes, or what is commonly done in the pre-hospital environment is comparing that to what the average person's skin would feel like. So if we touch somebody else who has a normal temperature, that will feel like the perception is room temperature-ish because it's the same as your own, so it doesn't feel drastically different. Excessive high or low will obviously feel cold or hot.
In this particular case study, what was this patient doing in the cop car?
They were actively engaged in a physical altercation with the police officers.
Okay. And can you describe a little bit more what you mean by actively and the altercation?
So I can't give specifics on what their specific activity, as this was many years ago. They were fighting with the cops. The cops were trying to get them into a secure position, and the patient continued to kick, bite, spit, yell, scream, carry on.
Now, you mentioned that you found that this patient was hyperthermic. Does that mean that you actually physically touched him?
I did.
Can you explain to the jury how you physically touched this patient to evaluate despite him kicking and screaming and spitting in the back of the cop car?
It would be difficult for me to give a detailed description of the step-by-step assessment process at this point. I mean, I helped to touch the patient in order to try to get them into a reasonably safe position. When we first arrived, the patient was hanging partially in the patrol car and partially out. So we went to assist them in getting that patient fully out of the patrol car in order to safely navigate the patient care.
Okay. Now, the next 2 lines you've got on here talk about the weight, 150 pounds. Are you trying to train them to turn pounds into kilograms in that line?
Yes.
And how do you do that?
The rough estimate is taking the patient's weight and dividing it by 2.2. There's 2.2 kilograms or there's 2.2 pounds in 1 kilogram.
And so then what's the point of the last line on this slide here in the training?
It's meant to elicit a discussion about determining the kilograms and then discussing or utilizing the protocol stated above, what the milligram dosage of that would be, and then what the correlative milliliter volume of that would be.
All right, let's take a look at the next slide. What are you communicating to the paramedics about that case in this slide?
In this case, my partner and I elected to give the patient 300 milligrams of ketamine. So it's just discussing what our treatment plan, what we decided for our treatment plan. The hypersalivation piece begins to introduce the discussion around potential side effects surrounding the administration of ketamine. One of those, and one of the more common ones, is hypersalivation, which would be excessively drooling. This is a condition that can potentially lead to airway obstruction. And it's also something that we can easily treat. And then also that we placed the patient on a 12-lead ECG, which is an echocardiogram, electrocardiogram. Echocardiogram would be the ultrasound. Showed ST, which would be a common abbreviation for sinus tachycardia, and then somewhat confusingly with no ST changes. So as we map out the electrical conduction through our hearts, there's different waves. One of those is an ST segment measuring an S wave and a T wave. So we look for this for different unrelated problems, or ectopy, which would be an irregularly conducted or attempted conduction of a heartbeat. And then the ETCO2 stands for end-tidal capnography. So you can monitor the amount of expired CO2 that somebody breathes off per breath, utilizing this tool, and that's measured in 55 millimeters of mercury.
Okay. I'd like to talk a little bit about some of these individual things. This first one, hypersalivation. Can you describe to the jury what hypersalivation is?
So this patient will begin to produce copious amounts of saliva, to the point that, especially when someone is sedated, so when we administer a medication to control their behavior, that can pose a risk for obstructing their airway. The pathophys behind it is not incredibly well understood. This can lead to either the patient breathing in that saliva, which can then move into their lungs and cause infection, or impair the body's ability to exchange oxygen and carbon dioxide, and also provides, in large enough amounts, it can fully occlude their mouth.
You mentioned that the hypersalivation presents the risk of that amount of saliva getting down into the lungs. Is that sometimes referred to as aspiration?
It is.
You mentioned sort of two different parts of it. One, that if a little bit gets in there, it can impair breathing. The second one was it can potentially cause a total occlusion of the lungs. Can you describe how that can happen?
I would hesitate, just a small technical correction. It wouldn't, well, most likely in a volume wouldn't fully include the lungs. If the patient isn't able to control their airway, it could fill their mouth, which then would prevent air from moving in. You could have, in theory, enough saliva into your lungs that there's little bubbles that we breathe into that inflate these little sacs. You can get air fluid into those, which then it's difficult for the CO2 in our blood to move out, and also for the oxygen that we breathe in to pass back through, because gases don't like to move through water terribly well.
This scenario that you were just talking about, where somebody's mouth is full of a liquid, you mentioned that this can be particularly dangerous if somebody's been sedated. Why is that?
In some cases of being sedated, a part of that sedation is...
This is outside the scope of this witness's expertise, isn't it?
He's not an anesthesiologist.
Judge, I can lay a couple foundation questions, but this is like EMT basic level stuff to protect airways from fluids.
Well, you can ask questions in that form, but we're starting to get into some technical areas. So, sustained in part.
Do you specifically train the paramedics about the dangers of obstructed airway or aspiration when somebody is under sedation?
So I'm going to object unless it's relevant to this training.
In this training?
Controlling an airway would be a broad consideration that was covered in this training.
Now, the next thing on here is the electrocardiogram, the ECG. Is that a specific machine that you use to measure that?
Yes.
Okay. And then how about the final thing, the ETCO2? Did you say that was measured on a capnography machine?
It's measured, the cardiac monitor that we have has an outlet that can sample expired air for carbon dioxide, utilizing a specific monitoring device placed on the patient.
So is the capnography measurement attached to the cardiac monitor device?
It is. Typically.
Now, what do you teach them about this measurement? Like, why is 55 millimeters per, what is that, gram of helium?
Millimeters of mercury.
Millimeters of mercury, thank you. Oh, my periodic table is real rough these days.
Very confusing, it's illogical. So we have a standard range of what the average person should meet, which would be 35 to 45. So this is high, which means that they're expiring off more CO2 than they would be normally. So we can utilize that to help as another point in our clinical picture.
Okay. And why is that potentially relevant that the ETCO2 is high when you measure it with the capnography machine?
All of the information that we get from a patient has to be correlated to the patient's presentation. We can use a high number to potentially consider that they have an increased metabolic rate. So they're utilizing more calories. When we utilize more calories, we create more energy. More energy creates more waste, and we expire that waste off by breathing.
Is that sometimes referred to as acidosis?
Yes, and it depends. So determining utilizing end-tidal capnography to determine acidosis is different because of the underlying metabolisms of acids into CO2. So it's difficult for I can't say that a high end-tidal directly correlates to acidosis. Sure. It has to be framed in a clinical picture, and acidosis is typically definitively confirmed through blood testing.
Okay. In the absence of blood testing, if you're out in the field, is it a potential sign of acidosis?
Depending on.
Response.
The judge, he testified that he can't make a definitive determination, but it's part of the clinical picture, and I'm trying to explore what part of the clinical picture it is.
Well, if it relates to how he trained, I'll allow it.
In terms of training on excited delirium, is acidosis an important part of that training?
It is mentioned as a one of the factors that ultimately leads to the patient dying.
Okay. And are paramedics trained that this capnography or high CO2 levels can be a sign of that?
Catch them leading.
Doesn't suggest an answer.
Overall.
The information, again, it has to correlate to the patient condition. And increased expired CO2 is a part of the process that can lead to acidosis, but not every high end-tidal value is acidotic.
I appreciate the distinction you're making here, because I'm using words like sign and you're using words like correlate versus, definitely we know what that is. Can you explain the difference between a sign or a correlation with something versus the ability to say this is for sure it?
Your Honor, foundation.
I'm asking him to explain his own testimony and what he means by correlation.
All right. Why don't you re-ask the question in a more succinct form so I could understand it even?
What do you mean by correlation?
A high number can lead us to believe that the patient could be acidotic, or any information we get can lead us either to a negative or positive value.
Okay. Let's take a look at the next slide. Now, we've got some discussion here of drug use in excited delirium. What are you training the paramedics about how this particular kinds of drug use are related to excited delirium?
I'm going to mostly focus on, all of them are important. So, stimulants, so things that make your body act like it needs to work harder or make you excited, or that elicit your sympathetic nervous system, or what some people might have heard of the fight or flight response, anything that increases our heart rates, blood pressure, things like that, is heavily associated with the development of this disorder or this disease process. The next one discusses that cocaine and crack are believed to be the most likely to cause excited delirium. We go into this a little bit more. The cocaine specifically, and then even more specifically, cocaine that has been processed into what can be referred to as crack cocaine, has an increasing likelihood of developing into what was formerly known as excited delirium due to how the effects of that illicit substance affect the body. And then also recognizing that patients who have underlying psychiatric disorders, one, are at a higher risk globally of abusing what I've referred to as some pathomimetics. Same thing as stimulants. It's something that mimics our sympathetic nervous system. So some pathomimetics. They commonly abuse them. And then also that if they have an underlying psychiatric disorder, without making my own description of what causes those, there are some theories surrounding why some people have differing psych disorders that may, as we will eventually discuss, are some of the pathology behind the development of this disorder.
Okay, let's take a look at the next slide. Did you also have an opportunity to review a copy of this video to make sure it's the same one that was initially given in the presentation?
Yes.
And did it appear to be a fair and accurate copy of that one?
Yes.
Would it assist you in giving your testimony to the jury to show them the video so they know what you're talking about?
Yes.
Move to publish People's 250B as demonstrative.
Objection incorporated, said nothing new.
How long is it?
Sorry, did you?
How long is it?
2 minutes, maybe? 3?
All right. The court will allow the 250B to be published for demonstrative purposes only.
Mansfield, Louisiana. Deputy James Porter responds to the call of a drug-crazed man in the middle of a road and gets the shock of his life. Porter pulls back while the deranged man aimlessly roams the road. The addict is so high, he ignores the pair of pants his friends tossed to him.
Six, seven, out with the signal 20, 600 block of 45th Street. What's up, buddy? Lay down. Lay down. What's going on, bro? Give me up. Who? How much coke you smoke, man? I don't do nothing. Hey, do me a favor. Relax. Please. Okay. I'll help you. Hey, relax. Relax. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Stay there. Hey, come here, dude. Hold on. The cars are gonna. Come here, dude. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Right. Hey, you need to chill out. Sit up. Sit up on your butt, man. Who are you, officer? We're the police trying to help you. I'm Officer Shaw.
We've reached the state of unconsciousness here. Gentlemen. Yeah, we've reached the state of unconsciousness. So let's check him.
We gotta get him back up on his
Yeah,
butt.
check him. Yeah, yeah. Right now, we have officially reached state of unconsciousness.
Get the bag. Get the bag.
I'm telling you right now.
Get a bag.
93 response, start the medics here.
Good. 3, 4, 5, 3. What?
Now, Mr. Chambers, before I ask you about what you were teaching the paramedics about what's important from that video, I think it might be a good time to take a quick stretch break, Your Honor, and move around. I know the videos.
All right, yeah, why don't we have a stretch, and I'm going to have counsel approach while we're stretching. Take our afternoon break.
And now, Mr. Chambers, what were you training the paramedics is important about those 3 different examples of excited delirium in the video?
So each individual exhibits different things that could be indicative of excited delirium. One of those, again, is kind of an emphasis on inanimate object fixation. So you saw in the first one, there were some studies that suggested that people in delirious states fixate on glass, with a variety of different suppositions as to why. But so you notice that in a couple of these, the individuals see a vehicle and then rush towards that vehicle. So it was to provide another reference point of a potential symptom of this disease. Also, in there, you note that one of the individuals takes the weight of the patrol car off of the chassis. So it gives 2 different patrol car views of it. So one of the symptoms is what was described as superhuman strength, or just excessive strength beyond what people would normally be capable of. So if you think about the strength that it would take to take the weight of a vehicle off of its chassis, so like to take the weight that sits on the suspension, and then that last one, pardon me, that last one is a fairly famous example of an individual who ended up suffering a cardiac arrest secondary to, I believe, what was believed to be excited delirium. So this was a case where positioning the patient is important, ensuring that they do not remain prone or face down and that also delaying the intervention from medical staff can be detrimental to the outcome of the patient or individual.
I'd like to ask you a couple questions about slide 19 now, which has the patient's skin first bullet point. In the second bullet point here, you talk about prolonged increased sympathetic response can lead to a more acidic pH. Can you explain what that means to the jury?
Yes, so obviously as our bodies increase their metabolism, that increases the required fuel that we use to continue to move our body and maintain our basic functions. The more of it we use and the harder our body has to work, that engine becomes less efficient. Less efficiency, as we said before, leads to more waste. That waste product is acidic. So if if the patient is not able to get rid of that acid, it sits in our blood and then changes the actual pH of the blood.
Okay. Is that circumstance of too much acid change in the pH the acidosis you were referring to earlier?
Yes. Well, we can have different types of acidosis, but that is a type of acidosis, yes.
Now, are you teaching them that the ketamine fixes acidosis, or what's the relationship with the ketamine here?
The ketamine is intended to decrease the sympathetic response to help decrease the production of waste. We typically do not directly intervene upon, paramedics in the pre-hospital environment operate under a wide variety of scope of practice or ability to intervene. And so at the time, we typically, in the protocols that we were operating under, did not directly intervene upon pH because we couldn't directly monitor it to intervene upon it.
You said that the ketamine's goal is to reduce the sympathetic response. Can you sort of explain it like I'm 5, what it means to reduce the sympathetic response?
Make it work less hard.
Okay, so to just stop them being so active?
Yes.
How does that relate then to fixing the acidosis?
Again, it won't reverse the acidosis. It will just help decrease the production of acid, so preventing it from getting worse.
Okay.
And then there's other strategies that we can use to help assist the patient in supporting what they were doing before to attempt to regulate that themselves.
And what is that?
So we don't want these victims or these patients to be lying prone or on their face down or on their chest. Their primary way that the body compensates initially for acidosis is by increasing our respiratory rates as well as increasing respiratory depth so that we can expire off that excess CO2 there's a complicated process behind it, but yes. So if we restrict the movement of their chest, they can't take as deep and effective breaths. And so we can support that by patient positioning, assisting with ventilations.
So is the way to actually then fix the acidosis is just lots of good breathing?
We can help support what they were doing. Just because we provide adequate ventilation does not guarantee that the acidosis will be corrected.
Okay. But is that the intervention step you take to try and get them breathing better?
As long as that was we would assume that that's something they were doing before. So again, we can use that end-tidal capnography value from before as an initial to help correlate our respiratory intervention to an appropriate level.
Sorry, when you say you assume that's what they were doing before, do you mean you assume they were breathing before?
That they were using their breath to compensate to help expire off that CO2. I apologize.
Gotcha. All right, let's go to slide 21, please. Is this the final video that you showed the paramedics in the training?
I believe so, yes.
And did you confirm that this is a fair and accurate copy of the training video you showed?
Yes.
And would it help you giving your testimony to show that to the jury?
Yes.
Would move to publish demonstrative 250C.
They'll stand on the objections as previously.
That gentleman answered a previous objection. I think this.
How long is it?
Can you check real quick, Liz? 1 minute and 38 seconds.
All right. It's starting to get cumulative, but it apparently was part of the training, so the court will allow 250C to be published.
Look at the fancy line.
Look on camera. Oh, big boy. Big boy. Remember? Take a picture. Big boy. I'm right here. Sweet. Mommy right here.
All right, there we go.
Y'all.
Hey. Perfect. Perfect. We're getting the wound back.
Yeah, this is gonna get in your way, but.
I need a challenge.
Yes. Good challenge.
Mr. Chambers, what are you teaching the paramedics is important to be learning from this video example?
The primary goal of this was to provide an example of what a patient would look like fully dissociated on ketamine.
Okay. And what aspects of this person's demeanor or what they're exhibiting are you referring to by that?
You notice that what you could refer to as this is the nobody's home look. The patient's eyes are open, but they're not tracking or looking at the specific people interacting with them. You can see that this poor little kiddo has a pretty good laceration to his lip, and they're working on irrigating or cleaning that out with a liquid, and that patient's not responding to that, what would normally be a painful stimulus. It also demonstrates that they place this patient on end-tidal capnography, so just another point of reference for that. And also that for this particular patient, one of the features that is beneficial for ketamine is that it can potentially help protect respiratory reflexes based on how it affects our brains. So the body still breathes, but you don't necessarily feel pain. So they can breathe on their own, which makes the physician in this video more easily accessible to managing this patient's injury.
What is the long, clear tube that's being used there?
That's a suction device.
Okay. Is that the kind of device that we would expect when we hear like getting suction or using suction?
There's numerous different tools that you can utilize to suction. This is a common tool used that's called a Yankauer tip, a rigid Yankauer suction. So,
okay. Let's take a look at the next slide. Is this another case study that you taught them?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury briefly about this case study and what you taught related to it?
So this describes a 32-year-old male who was found in the back of a patrol car, so a police officer vehicle. They were able to obtain information from the police officer, were able to obtain information from the girlfriend who provides a history for the patient and says that they've been abusing cocaine regularly, which the point of this is to reinforce the idea that sympathetic drugs overall and specific drugs such as cocaine can exacerbate into this condition. That he broke down the steel door to their apartment complex, reinforcing this idea of excessive strength, as well as potentially agitated behavior. The police department arrived soon enough to get him handcuffed and placed into the back of the patrol car. Since then, the patient has now kicked out the window of the patrol car and broken 2 of the steel bars of the actual cage of the back of a patrol car. So like the back of police officer vehicles have rigid cages to help protect the safety of the vehicle.
Was this an excited delirium case from your own personal experience?
I did not attend on this patient, but this was a patient that my partner had interacted with.
Okay. Let's take a look at the next slide. Now, we've got here another hypothetical of patient is approximately 285 pounds. Do you walk them through the calculation of what an appropriate ketamine dose would be here for this patient?
Yes, the intention of this patient, why this patient was important, and specifically for this weight, is that the max dose for a single patient was 500 milligrams. So that translates to 100 kilograms, which is roughly 220 pounds. So for a patient who exceeds that amount, we would defer to the maximum, which would be 500 milligrams.
Okay. So any patient 220 pounds or above would get that maximum dosage of 500 milligrams?
Yes.
Let's take a look at the next slide. Now we've got the repeated description of what ketamine is here, but the second line says, so what does that mean? Well, are you asking the participants as a quiz, or what's that?
The idea is so since we started with the information, provided like a substantive support to it, the idea is then to reinforce that by engaging in a discussion, reinforcing what the medication actually does, and now to focus a little bit more on the actual medication as opposed to the disease process.
I know sometimes repeating things can get tiresome, but is that actually a deliberate technique you're using in here?
It is.
Sorry, what was that?
It is, sorry.
And why is that repetition important when you're teaching a technique to a class of paramedics?
We like repetition. It's helpful to when learning a large amount of new information. It is helpful to provide reinforcement to critical areas because it helps our brains recognize what is most important to help us sift out what should be retained the most.
Let's take a look at the next slide. You mentioned it's important to repeat or reinforce critical areas. We see here for a second time the dose of 5 milligrams a kilogram. Is that why it's duplicated here?
Yes. So we're focusing on the medication. So the idea was to restate the protocol, reinforce it, and then expand.
Let's take a look at the next. Actually, could you just walk the jury quickly through here what you teach the paramedics about what the main side effects are of appropriate doses of ketamine?
So these 5 are the common side effects for ketamine. Emergence reactions. I'm going to try not to go too in depth with this. As they become unsedated, right? So they get sedated as the sedation wears off. Since they've become disassociate, they have to reassociate. So some patients receiving this medication, when they describe it as an out-of-body experience, when they re-enter their body, in air quotes, that can be disorienting and cause people to act out. At this point, the medication has decreased its effectiveness for controlling the patient's physical capabilities, so then they can become uncooperative and start to yell and behave erratically as they reassociate to themselves. Hypersalivation, we discussed earlier. A mild increase in heart rate secondary to adrenergic response. This is just another fancy medical way of just saying that because of how this medication works, you can have a mild increase in a heart rate because of blocking NMDA receptors. Can cause a mild increase in heart rate. It's somewhat good for the patient, but something to consider in someone who's profoundly tachycardic or has a high heart rate that you might initially see an uptick before they become sedated and then decrease. Laryngospasm, our voice box is called our larynx. It has muscles, and sometimes the side effect of that is a spasm. So those muscles lock up and close, which can prevent air from successfully passing through into their lungs, and then nausea and vomiting. It's a side effect for pretty much everything you can think of.
Right. Are these all potential side effects from the appropriate regular 5 milligram per kilogram dose?
These can happen in any dosing range, and the likelihood increases with increasing dosages per body weight.
Okay.
Or per kilogram.
Let's take a look at the next slide, please. What are you teaching the paramedics about the importance of this monitoring after ketamine administration?
The waiver specifically, the protocol in the waiver specifically states that the patient should be placed when reasonable on cardiac monitoring. So take a picture of their heart using the cardiac monitor. End-tidal waveform capnography, which we've discussed, pulse oximetry, so how much of your hemoglobin or your red blood cells are bound, a blood glucose, and an IV established and placed in physical restraints, even if the patient is sedated appropriately. So because of the potential for emergence reactions and that the half-life of this medication is not permanent, that for the safety of the patient as well as the crew during transport, the patient is placed into restraints so that if they do have one of these side effects, that they can be safe and we can be safe as well rendering care.
So is this monitoring after administration of ketamine required by the state?
It is an expectation of the state, yes.
As part of getting that waiver and protocol approved to use?
Yes.
Now, the first term on here is cardiac monitoring. Is the cardiac monitor a specific device?
In the pre-hospital environment, we utilize cardiac monitors, which has the capacity up to and including obtaining a blood pressure, pulse oximetry monitoring, end-tidal capnography monitoring, and ECGs. They have capabilities beyond that as well, but that's like the standard kind of complement for the typical pre-hospital cardiac monitor.
Okay, so the cardiac monitor, would that include the first 3 things there, cardiac monitoring, end-tidal capnography, and pulse oximetry?
Correct.
Now, what is the purpose of this monitoring post-ketamine administration?
We can obtain a lot of information on what could be going on with the patient through all these different things. We want to make sure that we can see their heart rate. We can see, again, I don't want to get too deep into the weeds. We can look at what their heart rate looks like. That electrical activity can change based off of different electrolyte disturbances or our pH or all sorts of other things. It's very expansive. The end-tidal capnography we've touched on. Pulse oximetry, we want to make sure that they're adequately. It's a non-specific monitoring tool. Hemoglobin can be bound with other things other than oxygen. It's just very typically bound with oxygen. So we typically use that as a reasonable estimation of how much oxygen is in someone's blood.
Okay. Does this monitoring potentially provide an early warning if something's going wrong?
It can, yes.
Let's take a look at the next slide. We don't need to get into the details of all of these, but does this just describe what the standard treatment is for if you have some of these common side effects?
It does.
Let's take a look at the next slide. Now I want to talk about that first bullet point. The word appropriate is all in caps lock. Can you explain why that word is in caps lock?
There is an increased risk of adverse side effects when dosing ranges exceed or higher dosages per pound or per kilogram of body weight.
It's specifically what side effect has that increased risk that you're talking about on this slide?
Very sensitively, it's hypersalivation and laryngospasm. And that laryngospasm and also that the respiratory protective aspect of the medication can be overwhelmed in higher dosing ranges.
What does that mean that the airway protective aspect of ketamine can be overwhelmed?
Judge, I'm going to object if we're going to things such as an expertise in this area. He can explain what's on the slide, but I haven't heard any foundation for his ability to speak to specifics of these.
Judge, I'm just asking him to define the words he was using, which were medical terms, the respiratory protective aspects of ketamine. I'm trying to get him to explain what that means. And it clearly talks on the slide, and he taught about what effects it has on the patient's respiratory drive.
All right. To the extent that it goes to what are you trained as students on, I'll allow it.
So what do those words mean? That an increased dose can overwhelm the respiratory protective aspects of ketamine?
As we mentioned earlier, this medication was preferred because it can decrease the patient's activity while not decreasing their respiratory drive, like their unconscious ability to breathe. In higher dosages, the effect of the sedation can overwhelm the protective part of it, so it can exceed what the medication is attempting to do, right? Like two separate efforts. Part A is what we intend. Part B hangs out in the background. If we get in higher doses, Part B can become overwhelmed by Part A. That makes sense.
And do you teach the paramedics in this class giving too much of the medication can detrimentally affect somebody's respiratory drive?
And I would object donation. Maybe approach.
Okay.
Let me put that question a little bit differently to you, sir. Do you teach the paramedics that inappropriate dosing of ketamine can negatively affect the patient's respiratory drive?
Yes.
Okay. And when we say inappropriate dosing negatively affects their respiratory drive, what do you teach them about what inappropriate dosing means?
The appropriate dosing will be what the protocol stipulates. So anything that is outside of what the protocol states would be inappropriate. I'll just reinforce the second one that just says large doses increase the likelihood of harmful side effects.
Okay. And what is the largest dose that you can give?
The protocol said 500 milligrams.
Okay. What's this closing point that you're making to the trainees in this training here?
At the time of development of this, there were rumors of other agencies, and this was not something specific to me, but that was requested to be put in, that other agencies who utilize ketamine either openly or culturally had a practice of giving any patient they believed to have excited delirium 500 milligrams. We wanted to emphasize that the intention of the protocol was to give it as a weight-based dose, not as a blanket dose for each individual.
And why are you training them that just giving everybody 500 is not good practice?
To re-emphasize the large doses increase the likelihood of harmful side effects. So we want to try to give it the safest dosing for the patient.
Okay. Issues like respiratory depression, are those potentially life-threatening conditions?
Yes.
Do you specifically teach the paramedics that these, if you do inappropriate dosing, that can endanger the life of the patient?
I mean, I would have to say that those words weren't specifically used, but that these are things that need to be managed. I mean, I can't say that I specifically stated that I mean, the idea is to identify the potential for side effects and how to recognize and intervene upon them.
Okay. Now I'd like to take a look at the last slide, please. The second to last slide, sorry. Now here in the second bullet point, it talks about patients never being kept or transported in the prone or hobbled position. Can you explain to the jury what you're training paramedics about that?
As we discussed earlier, it's important for those patients to be able to take advantage of their full chest wall movement to breathe effectively and exchange carbon dioxide and oxygen effectively. Prone, we've discussed. Hobbled is a specific, the less professional term would be like hogtied. So we just don't want to maintain those people in that position where they can't breathe effectively.
Okay. In the third paragraph, you mentioned that chest wall expansion is critical for expiring off CO2. Why is that critical?
Again, if we retain that CO2, it's inherently inherently acidic, which can lead to continuing acidosis, which can be detrimental to patient outcomes.
Now, if police have moved somebody into this prone position for control, do the paramedics get trained they need to get that person out of prone when as soon as they can?
Judge, I'm going to object unless it's based on this.
All right. If it's based upon the training he gave, I'll have a question in that area. So I'll sustain the objection in part.
If it's part of the training, are paramedics trained that if the police put somebody in the prone position, that they should get them out of the prone position as soon as they safely can?
It's hard to say that that is the explicit statement of that. The training should be to recognize the importance of appropriate positioning and getting that patient into the appropriate position for the most ideal outcome.
Okay. Now let's take a look at the next slide. You've mentioned earlier some mimics. Can you explain to the jury not what each of these is, but why it's important that you're training them to be aware of these other conditions?
There's a lot of them you can see up there. Some of the things that we can do as a part of that post-administration monitoring can help us identify a potential for one of these mimics. It's also to stress the importance of patient history and to praise our patient presentation. So if we need that patient history in order to create a good differential diagnosis for our patient. So these are different these are different ailments that can present similarly and that we either should consider as a part utilizing the patient's history or can intervene upon directly, such as hypoglycemia or heat stroke. We can, provide someone with dextrose to help reverse that. We can keep someone cool so that they can recover.
So are some of these reversible medical conditions that could be treated without ketamine?
Yes.
Sorry, I couldn't.
Yes.
Why is it important that you teach the paramedics to be on the lookout for these other reversible medical problems?
If we identify them, we can intervene upon them directly. If we then can reverse the problem, then we can improve the patient outcome. We can also then identify that we had an incorrect initial differential diagnosis, and then proceed from there.
And sorry, I don't know that the jury has been introduced to that term differential diagnosis before. Can you explain what that means?
I apologize. This is just the pre-hospital environment. We don't diagnose people with anything. That's what doctors do. But we can, utilizing a comprehensive assessment in physical and patient history and vital signs, have different ideas of what could be causing the patient's illness. Right. So the easy example to utilize is somebody who is behaving confused may be a diabetic who doesn't have enough sugar to fuel their brain. But we could also consider that they are having a stroke as well. So we operate under those two things to drive our assessment and care and ultimately determine our treatments.
Is that a constant process of assessing and reassessing to decide what the right differential diagnosis is?
Judge, again, I'm going to object unless this was part of this training.
Sustained.
Is it part of the training that part of that differential diagnosis is assessing and reassessing?
The intention of this slide is to provide people with other potential causes of the patient's presentation.
Now, I just have a couple more questions for you, Mr. Chambers. We've talked a little bit about the two different slides on dosing there, saying 5 milligrams per kilogram of body weight. At any point in time, did you train the paramedics that they should calculate a dose based on weight, but then adjust it up based on someone's agitated state or signs and symptoms of excited delirium?
My training states 5 milligrams per kilogram.
So is that a no? You never trained them to calculate the weight and then adjust it up based on someone's agitated state or signs and symptoms of excited delirium?
It was answered.
Would it be appropriate under the training you gave for somebody to adjust a dose up based upon what they perceive as somebody's agitated state?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you train that the paramedics are ever allowed to deviate from that 5 milligrams per kilogram dosage?
Not to my knowledge.
That's all I have for you, Mr. Chambers. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take our afternoon recess at this time. I'd like to have the jury back in 15 to 20 minutes. Don't form or express any opinions. Please do not discuss the case even amongst yourselves. Do no independent research. Avoid any press coverage, and we'll see you back in a little bit. All right, the jury stepped out. The witness may step down. If you can be back in 15 or so minutes, the court will be in recess. 2023, the court will recall 21 CR 2800, 21 CR 2806. Okay, just wanted to make sure we had everybody here. Okay, ready to bring our jurors back in? Oh, okay.
See, I got my note.
Due to the incident we were discussing, some of the elevators are shut down.
Oh.
So it's
Yeah.
going to take us a little bit longer to get the jurors up this time.
Sure. That's crazy.
And by the way, I did find one of my colleagues got a verdict, so he'll be covering my morning docket tomorrow. So hopefully we can get started around 8:30.
Okay.
Judge Dr. Robbins is our only witness tomorrow, so if the court wants to start at 9 o'clock, we will finish it.
All right. Well, my experience with this group of jurors so far is it's really not one juror, but just seems like one of them is a little tardy by about 10 or 15 minutes. So I'm just going to tell them 8:30.
Okay. We're like, oh, that's what this is. Oh, no. No, we didn't apply. I was just thinking, none of us have green folders.
The jurors have returned. Please be seated. Court will formally recall 21 CR 2800 and 21 CR 2806. The jury's returned. The parties are present. The witness is on the witness stand, still under oath. Folks, I just want to, I really didn't mention this earlier, but I think what I mentioned early on in the trial was that if you see the attorneys or the parties wandering around outside the courtroom, you should avoid conversations with them. To the extent that you can remember, perhaps better than I can, they do have their staff here. They're mostly seated either behind them or next to them. If you could avoid conversations with them too, it would certainly be appreciated. All right, cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm going to try and go back over your testimony, and so it might seem like I'm jumping around. If I lose you, just let me know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I know we talked about your training and experience, and I really want to drill back to 2018 because that's when this training occurred, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So at that time, you had 1 year at Denver Health where you got your paramedic licensure and then did some work. You were there a total about a year, correct? Denver Health, about?
As an employee.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you shifted to Falk in 2016.
Correct.
And so shortly after getting to Falk, you started doing some trainings. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
And then this occurred the summer or spring of 2018.
Yes.
Okay. So when I'm
I'm going to ask that you speak up a little closer.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Certainly. So when I'm asking you questions, it's hard because it's no longer 2018. I'm not going to pretend to do the math, but it's been several years. When I'm asking questions, I'm asking as of this training in 2018, okay? Deal?
Yes.
Okay. So back in 2018, is it fair to say that when you talk about adults protocol, you have pediatrics and that ends at 12, correct?
Yes, as discussed, the nuance of that specific definition sometimes includes less than 13 or 12 or greater.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't recall how it was specifically listed in 2018.
Okay, so this ketamine that was waivered in and subject to the new protocol was for whether it was 12 and above or 13 and above. It's that age range up till somebody passes away. There's not a top level.
That's correct.
Okay. And when you were talking about things, and I'm not going to ask you about the waiver, I do want to clarify, you didn't have anything to do with the waiver, correct?
Correct. That was not a part of the waiver application.
Okay. Then when we watched some videos. We watched 2 videos, and after the videos ended, it shifted back to questioning, but I want to make very clear to this jury in both video 1 and video 2, so not the child video, both those individuals died right there, right? In video 1, I believe at the end of the video, it said that the individual went into cardiac arrest and died. And in video 2, you said he suffered a cardiac arrest. I don't know if he died, actually. I know he suffered a cardiac arrest.
Yes, I don't recall. I don't want to specifically commit to if I'm confusing particular cases. Okay. Either it was an example of a very similar case or the same case.
So, wait, I'm confused. So the videos we watched were the videos that you used in your training, right? Yes. Oh, okay. So in those, what I was saying is at the end of video 1, it said that individual died. That was the still shot at the end of the video, right?
Yes.
Video 2, you testified that he went into cardiac arrest, and you were talking about the positioning.
Correct.
All right, if we could try to be a little more specific, that'd be great.
Okay. I think there was a law enforcement officers, and they had the gentleman on the ground, and they were saying, get him on his side. And then that's the individual, I believe you said, went into cardiac arrest, correct?
Yes, you can witness in the video that they're performing CPR.
Correct. So you're showing these videos because this new medication that is being rolled out for Aurora Fire and Falk is meant to deal with medical emergencies, correct?
Yes.
Excited delirium was understood and trained by you to be a life-threatening medical emergency, correct?
Yes.
And it needs rapid intervention, as we saw in the video, or you could have somebody die, correct?
Yes.
You never trained anybody on if they get to that position, abandon the protocol, reassess. That wasn't part of your training, was it? If you get to the end and you on the video where you see the gentleman is going into cardiac arrest, that wasn't part of your training. You never told anybody during training that if they get too severely acidotic, you abandon the protocol. That wasn't part of the training, was it? And Judge, I think he was processing the question, and I would ask not to look over here. You understood the question, didn't you?
I'm trying.
You didn't let me rule.
Sure, certainly, Your Honor. I apologize.
Yeah, why don't you clarify just a little bit?
Sure. So let's take, for example, video 1, where the person dies, right?
Yes.
The one where he punched through the fence and the officers then kind of tackle him and then he dies right there. You know which video I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you showed that video, you didn't then talk about with your class, okay, if you get to this point, abandon the protocol. Abandon the protocol, go to some other protocol. That wasn't part of your training, was it?
I don't believe that specifically was addressed. And I'm trying to figure out the best way to answer your question.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's fair to say excited delirium was trained as a life-threatening situation, right? Did you train?
I'll allow it for foundation for the next question. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You can answer. You trained people that it's a life-threatening situation.
Yes.
Correct. And so the whole point is rapid intervention, correct?
Yes.
And the whole point is you assess the situation, and if you're in excited delirium, you do the rapid intervention, correct?
Correct.
And the rapid intervention that was being unrolled was ketamine administration, correct?
Yes.
And, you know, we talked a lot about this. I think it's referred to as case number 1, but it was the case you had where the person was in the police car. You know which one I'm talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
What you didn't tell this jury was you actually did, with the exception of getting a heart check, all those vitals in the ambulance. Isn't that correct?
Well, I would have assessed the patient's respiratory rate and as well as heart rate.
Okay, but that wasn't my question. So my question was, and if I need to direct you back to prior times you've given information, I can. But isn't it true from your memory, you reached into the police car and you assessed a heart rate? And then once the sedative was administered and the patient calmed down and was safe enough to be able to be moved, he was moved to the ambulance where he was monitored.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what occurred in your situation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because there's not a time frame on when you had to do the monitoring. You didn't teach a time frame, did you?
No, ma'am.
Right. It was sedate, safely move them to the ambulance, get the monitoring, get them to the hospital, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you're not doctors in the field, are you? You want to get them to the doctors, don't you?
Yes.
So another thing that we didn't talk about, in your trainings, when you were teaching about this drug dosage administration, you didn't do any training on how to assess weights individually. Like you didn't have a breakdown on this is how you should assess weight, did you? As part of the training.
No, ma'am.
But what you did do was talk about 300, 400, 500, didn't you?
This was discussed as a practice that other people had utilized to provide a frame of reference in difficult situations. Yes.
Right. So you said you taught your class, you discussed with your class that 300, 400, 500. 300 refers to kind of somebody small, 400 to somebody medium sized, and 500 is everybody else. And that way it's easy for them in these high stress situations to have a guidepost, right? We don't have you, Judge Mike.
Hold on. If that's what his answer is, then I'll allow it.
Isn't that accurate?
Providing that information was to help them provide a starting point to guide in from.
Right. So in a high stress situation, they can look and have a guide, something to guide them to the right place, correct?
Yes.
But you taught that 300, 400, 500, correct?
As a guide, yes, ma'am.
You also taught them that when you take somebody kind of your build, generally an average size man, large man, 500 is going to be what it is and it'd be safe. Isn't that what you taught them?
I taught them that someone roughly my size would be 220 pounds or greater and therefore would meet the max dose.
You taught them 500 would be safe, correct? Judge, I wasn't asking about monitoring and circumstances.
Again, I'll allow the witness to answer if that's what was taught.
Do you remember teaching that?
If that's the specific verbiage that I've used previously, I can't state that I did not say that.
Okay. So as we sit here today, and fair enough, this is many years ago, and you don't remember what you said at every single training, right?
No, ma'am.
That'd be asking probably the impossible, wouldn't it?
Yes.
So when you teach these paramedics what they're going out to encounter, you talk to them about the ability to rely on other people on the scene, correct?
Yes. Sorry, yes.
And oftentimes it's law enforcement that you're relying on, correct?
Yes.
And they're telling you the information and you're relying on that as you're trying to assess your patient, correct?
Yes, it's a part of our information gathering process.
Sure enough, yeah. And if the person is, if it's being reported that the person has superhuman strength, that's a sign or a symptom of excited delirium, correct?
Could be, yes.
If it's being reported that the person is clearly on something, that's a sign or a symptom of excited delirium, correct? At that time, as it was understood.
The clearly on something is maybe a broad term that I don't know if I feel comfortable committing that completely to just a sign and symptom of excited delirium. I mean, there can be a lot of definitions of being on something that could not apply to excited delirium.
Okay, so when you taught your paramedics that people who were under the influence of certain substances, that was a sign or a symptom, right?
Could be a part of the underlying the physiology, yes.
Right. But when you taught them, and you listed several different potential signs or symptoms, that was one of them, correct?
And I'm just going to clarify just signs and symptoms. Signs and symptoms would be specifically either a physical finding of a patient, so a vital sign, or a symptom would be a stated complaint from someone. So this is just to clarify a sign and symptom, that drug use can be a part of it. It can't be a sign and symptom just because it's not a physical finding, if that makes sense.
So in your case, when the bystanders told you that the person had done a blank ton of acid, was it something you factored into your assessment?
Yes.
Okay. So perhaps it's better phrased as somebody being on something could be factored into the assessment.
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody who is continuously, law enforcement is yelling to stay in place and is resisting their commands, that would be, again, something you would factor into your assessment, correct?
Yes.
Somebody who's reported to have gone for somebody's gun would be something that could be factored into your assessment, correct?
Yes.
And at no point in the training did you talk about this need to constantly reassess and reassess, did you?
It is not explicitly mentioned, no.
So when somebody has these different identifications, I believe is there a set number you need to have to be under this protocol? Did you teach a set number?
No, ma'am.
In fact, what you taught was you gave them a broad field for a subjective determination, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So back in 2018, did you do anything in your training to even walk through? We looked at the PowerPoint. The protocol wasn't even in there, was it?
Protocol was distributed at each training.
It didn't make it into your PowerPoint?
No, ma'am. There was a physical printout of the protocol that was available to each person during the training.
Available to each. And so you have given multiple statements, and this is the first time we're hearing that, isn't it?
To the best of my knowledge.
So as we sit here in 2023, you recall for the first time that the protocol was distributed at each and every single one of your trainings?
I'm not trying to say that I specifically delivered that to each individual person at every training, but to the best of my memory, the protocol was available in a printed form.
So in February 2021, when you spoke to the Attorney General's office, you never mentioned that, did you?
I don't specifically recall that being mentioned, but.
In the summer of 2021, when you testified under oath before another jury, you didn't mention that, did you?
Not to the best of my knowledge, ma'am.
And even last month when you testified, you never said anything about that, did you?
Not to the best of my knowledge, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Chambers, when you taught your class, were there a lot of informal conversations that occurred as part of the teaching?
By nature of education, there are discussions that expand that are different between each class, yes.
Sure. And you're 3 years a paramedic and working with a fellow agency and talking with the guys, fair enough?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it fair to say perhaps it was also a little loose at times?
By loose?
In terms of interaction and talking.
I mean, I would describe the conversation as personal and, you know, at the personal level, if that's what you mean by loose.
And you were trying to provide your fellow fighters with tools to use when they encounter somebody facing this life-threatening emergency, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, when you were talking about ketamine, it was talked about from the standpoint of it was much safer and more effective than the other drugs that have been being used up to that point. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And when you did your trainings, at no point in time did you test your fellow paramedics, did you?
That was not within my scope of practice with the teaching arrangement.
Fair enough, but there was no test. There was no, here, watch this video, write down what you would do, right?
Not delivered by me.
Right, none in any of your trainings.
Correct.
And at no point did you say, here, I'm gonna put this up, tell me, let's go around the room, everybody estimate what this person weighs. You never did that, did you?
No, ma'am.
And at no point did you go around and say, you have this situation, this situation, this situation, these observations, what protocol are you under? That wasn't discussed, was it?
No, ma'am.
What was discussed was recognize that this is a medical life-threatening emergency. Act quickly to save your patient's life, correct?
It has been.
I'll rephrase. What your focus was on helping your fellow paramedics identify something that was critical and you wanted to end these kind of deaths. Is that fair to say?
The intention was to recognize a life threat and how to intervene upon it based on the protocol.
Okay. If I could have just a moment. Mr. Chambers, thank you very much. I don't have any other questions for you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
On behalf of Mr. Cichuniec.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chambers.
Okay.
I got a lot going on here. Give me a second here to get organized. So I want to try and go through some of your testimony that you gave on direct and probably a little bit that you just gave answering questions from my colleague, Ms. Bagan. I may jump around a little bit too. I'm going to try not to, because I know it's easier for you if I don't, but forgive me if I do. And I'm going to try not to be repetitive. So we'll see how successful I am with that. I want to start by talking about the training that you provided in, I think you testified it was the summer of 2018. Is that right? Or in 2018. I don't know when in.
Yes. I'm trying my best to clarify that I believe it was in the summer of 2018. There have been, sometimes the spring is thrown out. To the best of my recollection, the intention was the summer of 2018.
Fair enough. And I promise when asking, it's not a trick question. I'm just trying to get a baseline of kind of when certain things happen. And I appreciate you doing your best to let us know that. So, and I think it's been covered a little bit, but I want to make sure we're clear. The PowerPoint that was admitted as People's Exhibit 250, that represents the PowerPoint presentation that you presented during your trainings, correct?
Yes.
It doesn't represent the complete training that was provided because, as some of the slides say, some of the slides are meant to spur discussion between yourself and the people attending the training. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so those discussions and the information exchanged isn't going to be reflected on the PowerPoint, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So for example, this 300, 400, 500 guideline that you provided, that's nowhere in the PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct.
But it is something that was discussed as a starting point in a guideline for dosing during your trainings, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I know it's been a long time, and so I'm not asking for an exact time, but if you can ballpark it for the jury, these trainings, the individual training sessions that you gave on the pre-hospital ketamine administration, about how long did those trainings last? Was it an hour? Was it like over lunch? Was it a full day training? Was it a half day training? What's your best recollection as to how long that training was?
The training was multiple sessions throughout a day. I don't remember the specific number, and I believe the training was intended to last an hour and a half to 2 hours per session.
Okay. And so if it's an hour and a half to 2 hours per session, you think there were two sessions, because I think the PowerPoint is divided up into two sessions. Is that right?
The PowerPoint was separated only in terms of submitting it due to file restriction sizes.
Oh, fair enough.
So there were 2 morning sessions and then 1 to 2 evening sessions or afternoon sessions.
Okay, so just let me clarify. When you say a session, would one group, like would one battalion come in and do a session, and then another battalion would come in and do a session?
The crew composition for each session would depend on whatever the battalion chief or the training chief decided worked best operationally. So that would be dependent on the fire department, but there were multiple crews in each session.
So maybe that was probably an inartful question. Let me put it this way. Each session contained different students. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. So the training that you provided in each session was designed to be an hour to an hour and a half.
Hour and a half, 2 hours. I believe the block was 2 hours for each session, but it could be off by 30 minutes.
And I apologize. I could have misheard you. So the block was reserved for 2 hours. So the training was somewhere, maybe you testified an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. And then a new group of people would come in and you'd repeat the same training for an hour and a half to 2 hours in that block.
Correct.
And so you did 2 morning sessions and then 2 evening sessions.
I believe that was the idea, the rough schedule. Obviously, sometimes operational needs differentiated who would come when and how many sessions.
Okay. But to be clear, your training wasn't a full day training for the attendee. It may have been sounds like a long day for you, but it wouldn't have been a full day training for the attendees.
That's correct.
Okay. You talked a little bit in your testimony about the waiver process. Do you recall that?
I have in my testimonies briefly discussed the wavering process. I believe the information would be slightly different depending on which testimony you're referencing, sir.
Well, I was actually referencing your testimony earlier today. You were asked questions about the waiver process for ketamine, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand that you may have given other testimony. And if I want to direct you to that other testimony, I'll tell you specifically that I'm doing that. Otherwise, when I say you've testified, I'm going to be referring to your testimony in this courtroom today. Okay.
Got it.
All right. I want to make sure we're on the same page here. So earlier today, you were asked questions about the waiver process for ketamine, correct?
Yes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but is it your understanding that anytime there is a new medicine or a new procedure that wants to be implemented in the field that wasn't part of like the standard procedures or medications, a waiver had to be sought from the state in order to do that? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes, even if you have a medication that was used or had a long-standing use in pre-hospital care for one purpose, but we've recently discovered it might be beneficial for a new purpose. If you want to use that medication or that procedure for the new purpose, that also has to be subject to a waiver, correct? Well, this is the witness before us, Judge, and I don't think it's outside of his expertise. He testified to the waiver process.
All right. I'll allow you to rephrase because it sounds a lot like his testimony concerning the outside of the scope administration of medications.
Okay. So suffice it to say, if something is new, whether it be a medication or a procedure, that's usually going to be subject to the waiver process, right?
Sometimes new procedures can be collectively agreed on that as a standing order. Some will be agreed upon to be through the application or the waivering application process.
Okay. But here, ketamine was a new medication to be used for excited delirium, and so then it went through the waiver process. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you talked and answered questions about the AFR and Falk Rocky Mountain protocols. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And they shared protocols, right? They share a medical director and they share protocols.
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, those protocols are generated from the Denver metro area protocols. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And just, and I think you had testified, I think the protocols that you're currently under in your new position also stem from the Denver metro area protocols too. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your understanding that those protocols, those Denver metro area protocols are designed for organizations in the Denver metro area and then given to those organizations to tweak slightly if they need to, but those are the protocols that are given. Is that your understanding?
I'll sustain that objection to be on the scope.
Okay. Well, you've testified that those protocols are generated from the Denver metro area protocols. What to your knowledge are the Denver area metro protocols? It's not beyond the scope. He testified that that's where the protocols come from. So it's squarely in the scope. What's your understanding? You testified that the AFR and Falk protocols are generated from the Denver metro area protocols. What does that mean?
So the Denver Metro Physician Advisory Council puts forth their protocols. An agency can choose to adopt those verbatim. They may choose to provide some nuance that suits the specific needs of their organization, either within that scope.
Okay. And those specific nuances, when you testified earlier that these protocols are reviewed twice a year, they're reviewed for those specific nuances. Is that fair?
So those reviews can range from expansion to, or anywhere from expansion to reduction, as well as semantical changes that clarify verbiage. So not every update will specifically address that. You could have an update that just clarifies something ambiguous, such as just an easy example is the pediatric age criteria.
Okay. All right. I think you testified early on and when answering questions from Mr. Slothauer that it would be important to get, when you first arrive on scene, particularly in an excited delirium case, it would be important to get information about what was happening before you arrived. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, since you're seeking that information, would it be uncommon for a paramedic to then rely on that information that is provided to them?
It would not be uncommon for a paramedic to utilize that in their decision-making process.
Okay. And in fact, there are some circumstances where that may be the only information they really have. Is that fair?
That can happen, yes.
Okay. And is it fair to say you'd want to get that information from people whoever's available on scene, correct?
Yes.
And there are some scenes where there are lots of eyewitnesses compared to some scenes where there are none. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so if law enforcement were the only eyewitnesses to what happened before paramedics arrived, it wouldn't be uncommon to ask the police and rely on what the police told you had happened prior to your arrival. Is that fair?
To utilize it in their decision-making process, yes.
Okay. You talked a little bit about your when in training in the protocols and the fact that the agitated patient protocol wasn't contained in your training PowerPoint. Do you recall that?
That the agitated combative patient protocol was a separate protocol from the ketamine, and the training was focused on the ketamine protocol.
But is it your testimony that that protocol was handed out during your training?
So to the best of my knowledge, the protocol was available to the students during the trainings.
Okay.
We've tried to 6 years ago. So if that is not the case, I have a memory of, I don't know what else to say.
Can we show the witness only what's been admitted as People's Exhibit 219? Mr. Chambers, take a look at what's been exhibited as People's 219. Is that the agitated patient protocol that you believe would have been available to your students during your training?
Sorry, so to clarify, I believe the ketamine protocol, the excited delirium protocol, would have been the one that was available, as that was the new protocol.
Okay.
So there's an agitated combative patient protocol that specifically mentions in the blue box on the right, on the third box on the right-hand side says give ketamine in that blue box. That then would reference the ketamine protocol, which would also, so it gets kind of complicated because that's a medication protocol and then this is a procedural protocol.
Okay.
So it would reference the ketamine protocol, which would then reference the excited delirium protocol.
So just so I'm clear, it would have been the ketamine protocol that would have been available to the students during your training.
To the best of my knowledge, I don't specifically remember how that was specifically printed because I was not the one who printed that information.
Okay. If we can take that down, Cole, thank you. So I want to talk to you a little bit about and go through some of the slides of your training that you testified to. Cole, can we put up in Exhibit 250, can we put up slide number 2, please? Okay. Oh, back one. There you go. I counted the cover pages as the first slide. So I just want to ask you a couple questions about this, Mr. Chambers. So when you talk about on the dosing 500 milligrams per the dose 5 milligrams per kilogram IM stands for intramuscular, correct?
Correct.
And when you give medicine IM, it requires that medicine to be absorbed by the muscles and the body before it enters the bloodstream. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And so if you inject it IM as opposed to IV, you're not injecting it directly into the bloodstream. Is that fair?
Ideally, there is a potential that if the needle falls into a vessel as opposed to a muscle body, that you could inadvertently give an IV injection.
Okay. So it's possible, but the design is not to have that happen. Okay. And so just to be clear, when we were looking at the videos in your PowerPoint presentation, that third video with the child who was in the hospital setting, that ketamine was administered intravenously or through IV, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you put here on onset 1 to 5 minutes, it's a range, correct?
Correct.
And that's because ketamine responds differently in different people.
Yeah, every person will have a different absorption rate dependent on numerous factors.
So some it might be quick, some it could take up to 5 minutes.
Correct.
Okay. But regardless of how long it takes, the point is you have to wait for that sedation to take effect before doing the next step. Is that fair?
Yes, the idea is that the sedation is given to promote safety and then be able to intervene once everything is safe.
And the effect is not instant. You have to wait some time for the drug to take effect.
Correct.
Okay. We can go to slide 4. Okay. So here is the excited delirium slide, and you list some characteristics of excited delirium here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we've got aggression, shouting, diaphoresis, hypothermia, delirium versus psychosis, superhuman strength, and paranoia, correct?
Correct.
Are also some signs of excited delirium that are not included here. Somebody who is tachypnic.
Yes.
Which means breathing fast.
Correct.
Okay. Tachycardic, which means a fast heart rate.
Yes.
Okay. Now, was it your training that you needed to have all of these in order for someone to be considered as, or to be suspected as potentially suffering from excited delirium, or did you just need some of these?
This is intended to provide a variety of signs and symptoms to reference to create a clinical picture that would meet excited delirium.
Okay. So you don't need all of them. That wasn't your training, correct?
Correct.
Is there a minimum number? Do you need, could you just go with one?
The protocol did not specifically stipulate a number of symptoms.
So there was no minimum or maximum in the protocol?
Correct.
And there was no minimum or maximum in your training?
Correct.
Okay. In your experience and or part of this training, I mean, here we have a gentleman who appears naked, and in some of the videos we saw some people who appeared naked who were suspected of suffering excited delirium. But do all excited delirium patients present as being naked?
No.
Okay. You have on here delirium versus psychosis. But I think you had indicated in later slide that somebody who might be suffering from a psychiatric disorder could be more susceptible to excited delirium. Is that correct?
Yes.
So delirium and psychosis actually, rather than being distinguished, they can run hand in hand with someone who potentially could be suffering from excited delirium.
So I would say that delineating those is hard to describe without going really in depth and redescribing. You can have a patient who has an underlying psychiatric disability who's delirious from a separate medical problem that isn't from their underlying psychiatric disorder.
Fair enough. So if they're self-medicating with some substance, that
yes,
could.
That their underlying psychiatric, so my intention of that is their underlying psychiatric disorder may predispose them to utilizing illicit substances that could lead to a delirium state that would be different than an exacerbation of their specific underlying psychiatric disorder.
Okay. And so when you're looking for somebody who might be suffering from delirium as opposed to psychosis, you'd want to look at, you would want to observe them to see how they're behaving. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. So if someone had kind of that 1,000-yard stare, or the lights are on, but it doesn't appear anybody's home, that could be associated with delirium. Fair?
I would have to frame that with
Response.
Well, I guess my question would be, the slide doesn't explain how you differentiate between delirium and psychosis. So I guess if I'm asking whether or not, let me rephrase, Judge. That got a little sloppy. Let me just rephrase. In observing somebody and trying to make a determination between delirium and psychosis, and observing somebody, would it be important to observe them as to whether or not their mental state is altered?
Response.
Well, my question is actually whether that was trained.
You can answer that question.
It was the training was intended to provide information for a critical thought process to understand that there can be a difference between delirium and psychosis, provides rough, maybe a slightly more expanded explanation than what I provided as the answer to the previous question. So to say that this was a detailed delirium versus psychosis training would be inaccurate.
Okay. All right. Well, let me just ask you, did you, as part of this training, teach or train on how to distinguish between delirium and or psychosis?
Partially, but not terribly in depth.
Okay. Did you train during these trainings? We've got these characteristics of excited delirium. Did you train on what specific characteristics they should be looking for with respect to just delirium?
So I recall there being discussions about delirium, but I can't say specifically at the time how those discussions would have looked as a broad scope across every training. And I'm going to admit that I've given subsequent trainings on deliriums that are interfering a little bit with my recollection of how that would have looked for this specific training.
Okay. Did you train that if, you arrive on scene and somebody, either you observe or you're told somebody's not making sense, that could be consistent with delirium?
Yes.
Okay. We can take this down just for a second, Cole. We talked about, or you talked about and testified that excited delirium is a medical emergency, correct?
Correct.
And that one of the, I guess, concerns or byproduct of excited delirium could be acidosis.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Is there also a concern about how excited delirium impacts or affects the heart?
I don't specifically recall.
Okay. Do you recall training or testifying previously that patients with pre-existing cardiac problems run the risk of... So one, I would appreciate being able to finish the question. I started the question, do you recall training or testifying previously about, and then I was asking my question.
What are you asking about the training?
Okay. Do you recall training that there should be a concern, or that there's a concern that patients with a pre-existing cardiac problem are at an increased risk of sudden death?
That sounds familiar, yes.
Okay. Can we put up PowerPoint slide number 21, Cole? So the second bullet point on slide 21 says patients with pre-existing cardiac problems and obesity can greatly increase the patient's risk of sudden death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So is there a concern with excited delirium? And did you train that there are concerns about excited delirium and about heart health problems with patients who are suffering from excited delirium?
I mean, yes, there would be the discussion that this bullet point states.
Okay. And I would imagine that the longer somebody stays in this excited state or this state of excited delirium, the longer a person stays in that state, the more concern you have about the medical emergency. Is that fair?
Section 2. Sustained.
Was it the point of the training and the concern about what you were training is that the longer the person stays in this state, the more risk it is for the patient?
That seems like a conclusion, a logical conclusion based off of the information provided.
Okay. Was that the logical conclusion that you were trying to impart upon your students?
As a part of the whole picture, yes.
So is it the goal, not only of this training, but of the implementation of ketamine, is it the goal to rapidly sedate and calm these patients down so they don't have this or experience these medical problems?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified that one of the reasons why ketamine was selected was because it has certain, with respect to the respiratory drive, it has certain protections for the respiratory drive. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
What do you mean by that?
So there are sedatives that depend, there are types of drugs that can reduce your natural drive, like your brainstem's own reflexes to continue to breathe. The way that the medication works is that it does not specifically address that as the primary tool of controlling the patient's behavior. So while some medications may control behavior by completely eliminating all activity through separate processes, this goes under a different process to control the behavior as the primary mechanism. So since it's a less, since that's not the primary, I'm trying to figure out a different way to rephrase it to answer the question. Since it's not the primary mechanism of action for the medication, there is then a protective component to it, as the goal isn't to shut everything off. It's to separate the activity portion from the like brainstem mammalian function.
And is that what is meant by the description of ketamine as a dissociative sedation?
Yes.
Okay. And so we saw with the video of the child, right, where he was not knocked unconscious, but he was clearly sedated.
Correct.
Okay. So as a dissociative sedation, ketamine isn't designed to render you unconscious. Is that fair?
I guess depending on how we're choosing to define unconsciousness, it's similar to how we're defining sedation. So I guess it would really depend on how we're going about defining unconsciousness and sedation. If we're defining consciousness as, you know, someone who's able to engage in a conversation and have reflexes, then that person would be someone who's disassociated could be considered unconscious. So I guess this is the difficulty with defining this, is how you're going to define sedated, unconscious, obtunded, or so on. So
fair enough. And I really appreciate that clarification for us non-medical folks. So the idea of ketamine is it doesn't shut everything down. It just disassociates you from reality.
Correct.
Okay. One of the videos that we watched, and I think you were asked about by Miss Bagan, was that first video where the gentleman punched the fence. Do you recall that video?
Yes.
Now, at the end of that video, there were two slides with kind of the blue background. Do you recall seeing those slides? Yes. Okay. And you recall presenting on those slides?
Yes.
Okay. And so in that video, in that example, the person or the subject was successfully restrained by law enforcement, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And then it says that he suddenly calms down, stops breathing, and then is dead, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And that's really the concern with excited delirium, is that's the path that people who suffer from excited delirium go on. And the concern is they may have a sudden cardiac arrest.
Yes.
And the whole point of all this is that we're trying to prevent that from happening, right?
Yes.
Okay. On your case study number 1, that I think that was on slide number 6, did I hear you correctly? That was a case. That was a case you actually, or a patient you actually treated.
Yes.
Okay. Was that at a prior? Was that when you're during your time at Denver Health?
It was.
Okay. Can we put up slide number 6, Cole? So on slide number 6 here, you've listed some of the indicators or the characteristics that led you to believe that this person was suffering from excited delirium, correct?
Correct.
He was being nonsensical, correct?
Yes.
And that's that delirium versus psychosis kind of distinction?
Yes. The intention is to try to discuss, altered mentation and so on.
He was diaphoretic?
Yes.
Means he was sweating a lot?
Correct.
And he was hyperthermic, which means his skin was an elevated temperature.
Yes, which we would believe to then relate to core body temperature, yes.
Okay. I notice on here that there was no description of him having superhuman strength. Correct?
Not as the specific wording, just the painting the picture that four people are trying to fight one individual.
Okay. So based upon these limited characteristics, you had determined that this person likely was suffering from excited delirium.
Yes, it can be difficult to translate a personal experience into a few words that is also, respectful to, HIPAA guidelines and so on. So, we can use some of this information for training and so on. But
right. Which is why the person's name and some of the other stuff aren't on here.
Right.
Okay. Can we go to slide number 8, Cole, please? So we're still talking about case number 1, the same case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think you had testified at some point on direct that you were trying to assist them to get this patient out of the car. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Who's the them? Is that the police?
Yes.
Okay. So in this case, you administered ketamine, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you say on here post 300 milligrams of ketamine was administered, correct?
Correct.
So post administration of ketamine, you noticed some hypersalivation. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And post administration, that's when you hooked up the heart monitor for the ECG. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that was done in the ambulance, correct? I think I heard you testify to Ms. Bagan that was all done in the ambulance.
So the vital signs were obtained. I mean, it's hard for me to specifically say that a portion of some monitoring wasn't placed while we were moving the patient onto the pram. My understanding of trying to answer that question was trying to answer what I believe the spirit of the question to be, that the monitoring tools were placed after the patient had calmed down. We're trying to answer as a yes, no.
Sure.
So I don't want to pin myself and say that everything was done specifically in the ambulance and that nothing, I'm just trying not to pin myself into everything. Every specific thing happened in the ambulance.
Fair enough. But some of those things, were done in the ambulance. Is that fair?
Yes. Again, this call was probably 8 years ago, so I
sure.
Specifics.
And So I'm assuming this patient was transported since you put him in the ambulance. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And some of this post administration monitoring, that monitoring was done post sedation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And part of that monitoring includes like visual monitoring, right? You're looking to see if the person is still breathing.
Yes.
Looking to see if the chest is rising and falling.
Yes.
Looking to see if that person has a clear airway.
Yes.
You're doing your ABCs.
Correct.
Okay. Airway, breathing, circulation. That can all be done visually, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point you're hooking up the CO2 monitor, correct?
Yes. I would, slight point of clarification. It's hard to visualize a pulse, like palpating a pulse visually. We'd have to physically touch them to.
Well, sure. But you can see somebody has that they're breathing.
Yes.
That their airway is open.
Yes.
And that they're conscious, so therefore you know they have circulation. You may not know what their heart rate is, but you know that their blood is pumping.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so in particular, and I'm sure in particular with this case, the point was to get that person quickly sedated, quickly stabilized, and quickly to the hospital.
Yes.
Okay. Can we go to slide 26, please, Cole? Which might be slide. Might be slide 9 in the second. No, it's. Yeah, that was the right one. Sorry. So, Mr. Chambers, here we have the slide about ketamine. Again, the dosing and the injection, and then we have the potential side effects that are listed here, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with me that respiratory depression is not listed here on the slide as potential side effects, correct?
On this specific slide, yes.
Okay. Let's go to slide number 28, Cole. Okay. This is the slide that talks about side effects as well, and it says, what do we do with side effects, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you would agree with me that respiratory depression is not listed here as a potential side effect, correct?
Not on this slide, no.
Okay. But I do want to point out a couple things. So hypersalivation, it talks about suction is usually sufficient to maintain airway. But if the hypersalivation persists, then administer 0.5 milligrams of atropine IV. So that means intravenously, correct?
Correct.
So that drug would be administered once an IV was started.
Correct.
And that would typically happen in the ambulance.
Yes.
Okay. The same on the bottom for nausea and vomiting. If there's nausea and vomiting, it calls for 4 milligrams of Zofran IV, correct?
Yes.
And again, IV would be intravenously through an IV.
Yes.
Which would be done in the ambulance.
Typically, yes.
Okay. And I would imagine that starting an IV takes a minute or two in a patient. Is that fair?
Yes.
Can we go to slide number 29? Next slide. Now here we do see respiratory depression appear for the first time in the training, correct?
To the best
slides?
To the best, yes, and on the slides.
Okay. And it talks about a large dose what it says here is a large dose can increase the likelihood of harmful side effects, and then it lists the emergence reaction, the laryngospasm, and potentially respiratory depression, correct?
Yes.
The slide does not define what a large dose is. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you had testified earlier that a large dose would be something that would be a dosage outside of the protocol. Is that right?
I guess a large dose would be large for the patient. So large for the patient considering the protocol.
Okay. And so, but that's not what it's not defined on here, right? As what you just said is not on this slide, correct?
The verbiage that I'm using is not what is specifically stated on the slide, yes.
Okay. Because ketamine sometimes in a hospital setting can be given in a much larger dose for anesthetic purposes, correct?
I can't speak to what anesthetic dosing would be for, like in hospital. I'm not familiar with what those ranges look like.
Okay. But suffice it to say that this slide that you used in your training doesn't define what a large dose is, correct?
Not in specific definitive terms.
Okay. And then on the bottom, it says I think you had testified that there were some rumors about other departments maybe in the metro area that were just giving everybody 500 milligrams of ketamine. Is that fair?
I just want to reinforce that I was not specifically aware of this. This was something that was asked for me because there were other agencies that people had heard of. And so as a part of the collaborative effort of making the presentation, it was asked for this to be in there to.
Okay. So, but you would agree with me that this slide doesn't say never give 500 milligrams, correct?
Correct.
Okay. It doesn't say that giving 500 milligrams is unsafe.
That is not what it says, correct.
It doesn't say that giving 500 milligrams is potentially lethal.
Correct.
Okay. In fact, and I think you've testified that it was trained that ketamine was regarded as having a pretty wide safety profile with respiratory drive benefits. Correct?
Correct.
You gave some testimony about taking vital signs. Do you recall that? Yes, and you can take that down. Thank you, Cole.
We have discussed taking vital signs today, yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that some circumstances make it impractical for a paramedic to obtain a full set of vital signs with the patient?
That is a potential, yes.
Okay. One of those potentials would be a patient is combative or fighting. Well, okay, so this beyond the training, he was qualified as an expert to this training, but he is a paramedic. And so that I don't think his testimony was limited to just the training, just his expert testimony. This is an expert testimony.
It's almost like I tried to qualify him broadly.
It's how I qualified him, so I'm sustaining the objection, the hypothetical.
Okay. The case study that you talked about in the training, that first case, when the person was in the back of the car fighting with the 4 officers, do you recall that?
Yes.
You didn't obtain vital signs in the back of that police car, did you?
There was a heart rate, to the best of my recollection, there was a heart rate obtained in the process of assisting the police officers.
But you didn't get a full set of vitals. You didn't put a blood pressure cuff on him. You didn't test his blood glucose level.
Correct.
You made some observations about him.
Yes.
Okay. You could tell with him struggling that he must have had circulation.
Yes.
You could tell with him struggling that he must have been breathing.
Yes.
Is it fair to say in that case, you were able to obtain a full set of vitals once you had sedated the patient?
Yes.
You testified to and you trained on the monitoring expectations. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. So, per the training and the protocol that you've testified to, the monitoring is required post-sedation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that could include the cardiac monitor, correct?
Yes.
Capnography?
Yes.
Pulse oximetry?
Yes.
And potentially even an IV? IV access?
Yes. And I'm sorry. I'm trying to make sure we covered everything. So blood glucose, end-tidal waveform capnography, ECG, pulse oximetry, and then access would be preferred.
Okay. And all of those things are contained and can be obtained in the Falk ambulance, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that your training and the protocol for the monitoring didn't indicate a timeline or when that monitoring needed to be applied?
It just stated that it was an expectation. There was no specific timeline mentioned.
Didn't say within 30 seconds of the drug taking effect, this person must be on a heart monitor.
To the best of my knowledge, I can't recall if there was any line item in the protocol that specifically mentioned the timeline, but it was not specifically addressed in my presentation.
Okay. Let's go to Paul, if we can go into the presentation slide 30, which I think is slide 13 in the second presentation. Okay. So this slide is entitled Special Considerations, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so the first bullet point on here is that these calls, and when you say these calls, you're referring to potentially to excited delirium calls, correct?
Yes.
These calls require special attention to scene safety, correct?
Yes.
All right. And is it your understanding that on these scenes, scene safety would be delegated to the company officer for AFR?
Yes, that was the expectation.
Okay. The fourth bullet point says restraint for these patients is also very important, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And one of the reasons for that is that if the sedation doesn't take effect, and the person comes back to that fighting or that excited delirium state, you want to make sure they're restrained.
Yes, for their safety and ours.
Okay. So to be clear, it's not just for the paramedic safety, but it's also for the safety of the patient, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You certainly wouldn't want somebody falling off the pram as you're wheeling them to the ambulance if they're not restrained.
Correct.
Okay. Can we go to slide 32, 2 slides down? And this slide is entitled Restraints. So again, we're talking about restraints with respect to the suspected excited delirium patient, correct?
Correct.
And it says the first bullet point is restraints are crucially, important for EXD patients. I'm assuming that means excited delirium patients, even when appropriately sedated, correct?
Yes.
So even post-sedation, we want to make sure we're using restraints.
Yes.
Okay. And then the bottom one says maintain 4-point restraints and at least one person per limb and one at the head, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so those 4-point restraints, those are what the soft restraints on the pram are, right?
Correct.
Okay. Sometimes they're referred to as soft restraints.
Yes.
Okay. And so just to be clear, your training and the protocol that was taught to these paramedics was post-sedation, we want to do essentially 3 things. One of those would be to make sure the patient is properly restrained, correct?
Yes.
The other thing would be we want to monitor the patient, correct?
Correct.
And then the third thing would be to transport them to the hospital so they can see a doctor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, those three things all happen post sedation, correct?
If that's what was trained, I'll allow the question.
Also, yes, with the caveat that obviously some things can happen fluidly throughout a call. So like monitoring someone can be done pre, intra, and post sedation.
Sure, like you could visually monitor somebody's ABCs before giving ketamine, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chambers, I don't have any additional questions for you. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Thank you. Mr. Chambers, can you just explain what you meant there in that second to last question by monitoring and assessment being done pre, intra, and post sedation?
Monitoring a patient is something that we do from initial patient contact through through transfer of care. So it's something that occurs continuously and is, visual, tactile, involving all of the senses.
Now, does the training make some sort of distinction that there's only certain monitoring that you should only do after somebody is already sedated?
There will be aspects of it that will be either difficult or unfeasible to obtain prior to sedation. So I guess it doesn't specifically outright state that it has like a definitive modifier to that. Sorry, I'm getting tired.
When you say that there's certain things that may be difficult until somebody's sedated, do you mean that there's something specific about the sedation that's important, or are you saying that there's certain things you can't do unless it's safe to get close to the patient?
Objection, outside the scope of the training.
And Your Honor, this is following up on questions that Mrs. Began and Mr. Goddard asked about the timing of the monitoring, including their penultimate question in the last exam.
All right, well, I'll allow you to ask about the timing of the monitoring as set forth in the training.
So does the training emphasize that you should only do certain things after sedation, or does the training emphasize that you should do it whenever it's safe and practicable?
I think that, I don't know if the training specifically states a definitive delineation between those two. I feel like it's hard to really say. Obviously when the protocol says that when this medication is administered, that these monitoring things need to occur.
Judge, I'm going to object. He said he didn't know if the training spoke to this. I think that's being.
All right, yeah, the answer is restricted to what was trained.
Sure, so go ahead and answer as to what the training made the distinction about what the state requires for the monitoring after the administration of ketamine.
So the protocol says that after administration, these things need to be monitored. So, that would, it's hard to say that doesn't say that it should be done post. I don't think I can answer that question tactfully. That the protocol says when administered, you need to give this. So saying that something can and can't, it's such an expansive part of monitoring that saying that it has to be done at one portion, I don't feel like is an easy question to give a straight answer to, just because it's so dynamic. And maybe I'm misunderstanding how to appropriately answer the question with respect to how the protocol does say that when the medication is given, that these things need to be monitored. So you could make the assumption, someone could make.
I just need to know what you trained on.
Yeah, so it's trained to that when the medication is given, that these things need to be monitored.
Okay, fair enough. Now, Ms. Began started out asking you a bunch of questions about the need to assess and then rapidly intervene. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And she asked you a bunch of questions about the rapid intervention, but I want to ask you about the other half of that. Why do you train them to assess before they make any sort of rapid intervention?
We want to make sure that we've mentioned in the training, it mentions that there are potential mimics. We want to make sure that the idea of the training was to provide an examination and utilizing that to make a clinical decision.
You get asked by both defense counsel some questions about that first case example you gave of the person in the back of the police car. And you were asked specifically if you took the blood pressure and blood sugar after the ambulance. Do you remember that?
Yes, I remember that question, those questionings.
Prior to the ketamine, did you go hands-on with that patient to assess them?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what you did?
Judge, I'm going to ask that it be restricted to the training.
Well, it was asked on cross-examination, so I'm going to allow it.
So I'll preface again, long time ago, my general memory of what I recall of the situation is that the discussion revolved around that the police officers were engaged in physical altercation with the patient. So when we arrived, we assisted the patient out of a precarious situation, which involved pulling them out of the patrol car because it was unsafe for them in the position that they were in, which means that I touched the patient as a part of moving him out. Touching the patient allows me to get a feel for their skin, whether they're diaphoretic, hyperthermic. It also allowed me an opportunity to check for a pulse, assess their breathing rate, depth, and quality. So there's you can gather a lot of information from just briefly touching someone that can be used as a part of your total comprehensive assessment.
You mentioned in response to one of Mr. Goddard's questions that for the ABCs, for A and B, some of that can be done visually, but for C, the circulation, you've got to be able to touch them to know what the circulation is. Can you explain that?
So I don't want to keep trying to make sure I'm not trapping myself into hard answers. You can assess some signs of circulation visually. I wanted to specifically mention that since pulse was brought up, that you have to touch someone to obtain a pulse. Obviously, you can see if someone's skin is pale or flushed to determine that there is circulation, as we previously discussed. But ideally, circulation is ultimately assessed by a rate, quality, and regularity of a pulse.
Okay. Now, both defense counsel kept asking you about whether paramedics would rely on what the police told them. And each time you said that you factored it in instead of using the word rely. Was that a deliberate choice of words?
All the information we receive factors into a comprehensive clinical picture. So I want to use that as that all of the information is critical to our decision making.
Okay. Was part of your choice of words based upon the importance of verifying or double checking the accuracy of what you...
He did. Sustained.
With regards to information that paramedics learn from police, do they need to follow up and verify whether it's accurate or not?
This is beyond the training, beyond the cross.
And the defense counsel's questions on cross, both of them, were not confined to the training on this issue. They asked him generally, and so this is fair follow-up.
All right, rephrase your question.
Can you just explain to the jury what the role of information that you learn from bystanders or police is in your decision or in a paramedic's decision?
The role of bystander.
Overruled.
The role of bystander information is to provide the healthcare provider with the most amount of information to make the most informed clinical decision based off of their own observations compared to and compared with or utilizing the information provided to them by the people who were there before them.
You said the goal is to get the best information you can. How do you go about that?
Sustained.
Now, I'd like to talk about some of the questions that you were asked about assessing the patient's weight. And you were given this example of small, medium, large person, 3, 4, 500. And I believe your answer was that that would be a starting point to guide them from. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you mean that 3, 4, 500 for a small, medium, large person is a starting point to guide somebody from?
So the
Object unless it's what did he train on? Those questions were all to the training.
Response.
Well, Judge, they didn't ask them that narrowly, so I think he can give the full explanation, but I would like to ask both of those questions.
He was asked on cross-examination concerning an explanation for the small, medium, and large, so I'll allow a little questioning into that.
So as a starting point for this conversation, what did you train in this training procedure on in terms of it being a starting point to guide them from?
The training covered that when you're unable to obtain the information from a credible bystander, that using sizes that you're familiar with, that you could then say, if a smaller person, right, and this is, I want to give this with the idea that this is presented to people who are similarly sized to myself. Obviously, there are exceptions, but that's trying to create a common area of reference that myself would be considered by this protocol a large person, and that someone could be that was considered small would be a starting point of roughly 300 milligrams. So if you were having a difficult time figuring out exactly what dosing you wanted to go with, that you had if the person seems small, that you could start at 300 and get an idea of roughly what that size meant to them. A large person like myself would be 500 because I'm over 220 pounds, which is now on record. So that would be the max, right? So the medium would fall somewhere in between, that if you don't think that they're quite small, but they're not quite as large, that you can fall somewhere in the middle and still be, getting the intention of what the protocol is, which is to get as close as possible to a 5 milligram per kilogram dosing. Whether or not what I trained specifically used those exact words, I can't speak to, but that is what the intention of that information was.
Now, you mentioned in response to one of the defense's questions that you didn't have a specific subsection of this training on teaching the paramedics how to evaluate or assess somebody's weight. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do they just not have any training on that from elsewhere?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know whether weight assessment is something that's taught in fundamental paramedic skills?
Objection calls for speculation as to anybody beyond his own.
Sustained.
In your personal experience, was it taught in your paramedic school?
It was not.
Where did you learn it?
I attended Denver Health Paramedic School.
Sorry, where did you learn how to assess a patient's weight?
Through experience.
Is it something that paramedics typically do day in and day out?
Objection calls for speculation to anybody beyond himself.
Your Honor, I would have assessment school. Yes.
Sustained on both counts.
So just in your personal experience, is that something that paramedics have to do day in and day out?
Yeah, and it was the same question It's sustained again.
Was your training designed to go back and teach these paramedics foundational skills, or was it specific to excited delirium and ketamine?
Specific to excited delirium and ketamine.
Now, Mr. Goddard asked you about what the definition of a large dose was in the training. And I wrote down as your response, a large dose is a dose that is too large for the patient under the protocol. Is that correct?
Objection misstates the evidence. What's up,
Response.
That's why I'm asking if I'm correctly stating his testimony or not.
All right, well, that's leading then. Re-ask.
What is the definition of a large dose under the training then?
The training does not explicitly define what a large dose is. The intention was to illustrate that the higher the dose, and I'm going to have a hard time. I mean, I've talked about this topic for years, so I'm going to step back and say that overall,
On this training, slide.
Well, he was asked questions on cross-examination about it, so.
So what is large dose?
According to the training.
According to the training.
My recollection at the time was that if the dose was larger relative to the intended dose for the patient's body weight, that there is an increased risk.
Is 500 milligrams of ketamine the largest dose you can get from one of the bottles?
Yes.
Is it the largest dose that you can give without calling a physician for permission?
Yes.
Finally, Mr. Goddard asked you about the airway protective effects of ketamine. And are those present when it's given in appropriate doses?
There is a potential for side effects with any administration.
If a dose gets larger, can that overwhelm the normal airway protective effects of ketamine?
Objection calls for expert opinion beyond this witness.
In the training.
Sustained.
In the training, do you discuss that higher doses can overwhelm the airway protective effects?
The slide, to the best of my recollection, states that I would have to re-reference the slide to restate what I said specifically in the slide, but that it's safe with appropriate dosing is what that bullet point, or it is that it has respiratory protective effects in appropriate dosing.
Okay. And does the training also communicate that with inappropriate dosing, that can cause respiratory depressive effects?
The training says that in large doses that it can cause respiratory depressive effects.
That's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Chambers. Thank you.
Okay, the witness be excused. All right, you may step down. Thank you. All right, we're going to break for the evening, folks. I'd like to have you back. We'll get restarted tomorrow at 8:30-ish. Please do not form or express any opinions. Do no independent research, traditional or electronic. Avoid any press coverage. And we'll see you back at approximately 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
All right, our jurors have stepped out. We'll be in recess. We'll see you in the morning at 8:30.